sugar buzz, now you're gonna crash before we're done.
That's why I ordered pizza.
Was that what you ordered?
I just ordered enough for everybody.
Cool. We'll need it.
Well, I figured if I paid for it, then nobody can say anything.
Thank you. How was your weekend? Work?
I went to a wedding.
A wedding?
Medora.
Oh. That's right in town? That's,
Medora, North Dakota.
yeah, right in town.
Oh, yeah, at the convent, at the, like, their
Yeah.
center. Good morning.
I've been to a few there, and there was one at the Buffalo Gap one once too. That was pretty cool. Oh, it's rally time next week.
I stay far away from South Dakota during rally.
I have people that come to my place, so I probably don't go to town or do anything. But people come camp at my place, and sometimes if somebody wants to go drinking and partying, I'll drive them and be the DD for the night, drive them back and stuff.
Well, that's nice of you.
Well, at my age, I guess I've done all that partying and stuff, and let the young people do it. And
Yeah, I would say the hangovers isn't as exciting.
no. My first year was 1980, and they estimated 40,000 people there. There's a lot of people back then. Now this year they're estimating 1.2 million.
I just can't even imagine.
But last year was a Corona year, even though there was a lot of people there. This year there's people that couldn't go last year because they couldn't leave their state.
Yeah. It might be a really big one this year. And I sure
So I don't even have to ratify for that.
You ready?
Yeah, just shut itself off. Okay.
Where's that one?
We'll call the meeting, meeting of County Commissioners Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021. We'll do the pledge first of all. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. First of all, go into the agenda. Is there any changes to the agenda or additions or? no changes, I'll look for a motion to approve.
I'll make that motion to approve.
Okay, a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Accounts payable.
Minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, minutes, yeah, sorry. Minutes from July 6, 2021. Is there any corrections on that, or?
Just, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
it's not a big deal, but, looks like, Commissioner, Messer made a motion on ratifying the agenda, and then it appears he also seconded his motion. And so if that needs to be corrected, I don't know if it does, but. First, page 1, ratifying agenda.
Oh, it was
Messer and
Messer
Marsh.
Marsh.
This is Messer Marsh.
Well, I'm off to a good start.
Okay, okay. Anything else? If not, I'll look for a motion to approve the minutes from July 2nd, 2021, July 6th.
I'll move that we approve the minutes.
Second.
A motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next, we'll get an accounts payable then. Any questions, any bills on that? I had one question on the county parks for HTG, the architectural, the $6,400 at least, do you know what that's for? Or-
Yes, that was for the master plan.
Okay,
It was half the price of what they actually quoted us last year for it.
okay. And on the sheriff's department, Axon Enterprises, $10,900 some dollars, do you know what that's for, Sheriff?
Axon took over Taser, so that's actually Taser equipment.
Taser trade, okay, thank you. Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Mr. Presenter?
Yeah, it's not something that's on the accounts payable, but I'm wondering where we're at with the, IT investigation and the, I assume we are gonna get a bill for services for that. Is that work done?
You are the only participant in the conference.
Do you answer that, or?
Chairman
some-
Franchek, I can answer that. Yes, it's done, and it was approved in the resolution. That bill was approved and paid.
In which resolution?
I can look back. I'm not sure. It was approved April or May.
That was the one for about 15,000-ish.
Yes, it was for 15,000. I can find it for you, Commissioner Zander, and get it to you.
Okay,
Any other questions, or? Not, I'll look for a motion to approve the accounts payable.
So
and-
moved.
And the supplement,
I'll make that motion.
okay. So motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Roll call vote then. Commissioner Zander?
Aye.
Commissioner Arthod?
Aye.
Commissioner Messer?
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion carries. And we'll go to the sheriff's report next.
Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. The highlights for July for the Stark County Sheriff's Department: total calls for service 1,472. This is up from 1,369 last year. 279 traffic stops. This is up from 108 last year. 86 stops in the city of Dickinson, 193 stops in the county and neighboring small towns. 246 PR stops, that's up from 205 last year. 12 bar checks, that's up from 8 last year. 4 theft-related calls for service, that's down from 7 last year. 20 K9 usages. Responded to 19 accidents. 0 of those were pedestrian, 0 fatalities. 2 hit and run, 9 injury, and 8 property accidents. There were 62 total arrests for July. We're experiencing multiple fires again. I think we said 5 yesterday, Al. 5 separate incidents, so I'm guessing we're gonna be dealing with that the rest of the month. We have the Belfield Harvest Hoedown this month, Little Opryland Days in Richardson coming up. Belfield Agreement's going well so far. Tonight we have National Night Out. You guys are all welcome to come to that. That's 5 to 8 at the Ice Center. What that is something that's held nationally. First responders basically giving back to their communities. So you'll see groups from all over the place. Shauna has a booth there as well. We have the Battle of the Badges blood drive this week for today, tomorrow, and Thursday up at the BAC. Once again, you're welcome and encouraged to join. And then finally, I needed an approval for a hire. We have one of our female deputies is moving on. She no longer wishes to be in law enforcement, so I need approval to fill that position or advertise for that position.
That it?
That's it.
Okay, so I'll move for authorization to advertise for the filling of the vacant position.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second. Any other discussion? Roll call vote. Commissioner Messer.
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh.
Aye.
Commissioner Zander.
Aye.
Commissioner Arthod.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
I get the letter I gave you earlier we had a letter I think all of you got from Harmony Wolf on that, I guess, and the young lady came forward and she's 9 years old and is concerned about in her neighborhood some speeding on there. We can request some extra patrol there.
Absolutely. And I spoke with, spoke with Al about some possible additional signage there. We'll see what we find out with our extra patrols first, though.
Okay. Also, on the truck reg stops, there was none, when they stop and check for a permit, they're putting that down as a truck reg stop, aren't they? Or-
It is in there is that I think when Nicole's doing this, and we visited about this before, I think she forgot, but it's not getting translated on here for some
Yeah,
reason.
because,
so.
I mean, if any of the deputies checking for oversized permits, it should be logged as a truck stop.
I think on the report, she's just notating that there was 0 stops with fines, but yeah, we'll get that changed.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, just real quickly, I think, I don't know if the sheriff should do it or the commission do it since it was addressed to us, but I would think we would want to send Ms. Wolf a letter acknowledging her letter and acknowledging her participation. I think it would be a nice gesture on our behalf.
Very good.
Okay.
So who's gonna write the letter?
I can do that.
If you want to do up a letter, we can deliver it if that.
That'd be cool too.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Turn the
Next.
lights on when you come into the yard.
Next, we'll have the road superintendent, Al Iser, please.
Well, good morning, everyone. The sheriff briefly touched on the fires we're having in the county, and, you know, I get a text message every day out the fire index throughout the counties, and, you know, and if it's moderate, and maybe Shauna could help me out if we got any questions, but I have a real problem with if it's moderate, you can have a controlled burn. I mean, this country, I don't ever remember as dry as it's been, and if it's moderate, we can have a controlled burn. I don't know if that's set in the morning when the humidities are high. I follow the humidities pretty much every day. Like this morning, it was like 73%. Right now, it's down to almost 50 some. And we're the moderate category. So if you want to burn your garbage pit, you can burn it. I really honestly think there should be a total burn ban in our county. And I know Shauna said there's some of the city or some of the other fire chiefs are against it. But I mean, I go to a lot of these fires. I mean, they're, you know, like I said, we had 5 of them yesterday. There was one started up in Kynes here probably a week or so ago. That was a controlled burn that got away. Last night, another fire up. I don't know if it's just controlled burns or what it is, but I can't imagine we'd let anybody burn anything as dry as it is. And if it fits that category, you can have a controlled burn. There's a person, I talked to the fire people last night, person south of Dickens has got a garbage barrel. Calls in, moderate, burn it. But just a heads up, I mean, and it's not gonna get any better unless we get some rain, not especially now with all the CRP cutting going on. You know, yesterday was, like Corey said, 5 fires. And they only start kind of in the afternoon as the humidity goes away. So, but anyway.
So Chairman Franchuk, how do we change that? Or can we change the,
Shauna and I have a better idea because I know she follows that a lot closer than I do. And apparently, like I said, some chiefs are against it. I just find that letting any type of a fire control burn the way things are is kind of ridiculous. But
Do you know why they're against it or what the reasoning is?
maybe Shauna could, lucky yesterday there wasn't any wind.
Shauna Davenport, Emergency Services Director. I think they're not necessarily against it for just being against it. It's just the reason that we have agriculture. People need to burn their crops, things like that. So a lot of them just feel it doesn't serve the right purpose for the type of rural community that we have. So some of the chiefs just don't want to do a complete all-out ban. So if you wanted to change it, we would just do an amendment to the current burn ban, and that would be the change. So it is ultimately your burn ban as the county commissioner, so it's up to you. It's just that when I put out the burn ban, I consult with all of them, and then we come to a consensus, and that's what we present to you. But in the end, it is your decision.
so can we make a motion today for a burn ban until we get more moisture?
Yeah, you can, absolutely. That's what you choose to do.
'Cause
Make an amendment, you would want to make an amendment to the current burn ban that's in place.
I'd have 2 questions. So the fires yesterday were all equipment related, and the one up north you're
The
saying?
one up north, I'm not unsure of because about a week ago on a Sunday, there was one up there and now it was in the same area again. I'm not sure why, but I do know the other 4 were equipment started fires from cutting CRP.
Okay. So that doesn't go away with the burn ban, but I guess I would look, Shauna, to your recommendation on this, knowing the conditions that are out there right now.
Well, personally, I'd like to see a full ban, but I'm not the fire chief. I'm not the expert. I'm not the one going to the fires. So that's why I always contact them, because they're the ones having to respond. So I feel like when it comes to that, they make the best decision. Yes, they have to call Al for more water, and he luckily is there to provide it. But I feel like when it comes to these decisions, I kind of lean on them because they're the ones that know. They have been in fire for many years, some of them, so I kind of lean on them for their expertise. So I feel like if they wanted to put a full ban, they would have done it for a reason, so.
I just feel like if one agriculture decides to do a control burn, there's just a good chance it's gonna go on someone else's land right now.
Yeah. There's definitely a high chance of it.
Nobody's burning their crops or burning their land. It's a chemical thing when they refer to burning it down.
Yeah, I don't know of anybody that does that anymore. And historically in the past, years and years ago,
Yes.
we would do that, but not anymore.
I make a motion that we amend it and go with a full burn ban until further notice.
A motion, do I have a second?
For further discussion, I'll second that.
Okay, you have a second.
So the follow-up question then would be, I think you're gonna get some pushback on something in a controlled setting, a drum or whatever, versus someone taking their vehicle with, out in the prairie checking cattle or doing whatever. And so how do you distinguish that? You really can't, but both are probably a predominant risk for fire.
Right.
And, just looking for a little counsel on that.
I think what we would have to do at this point is I'd need to probably bring all the fire chiefs together again, and we would need to decide how we would rewrite that burn ban. That would probably be the best way to go about it, and work with them and then present it back to you as an amendment.
And that can be just changed right back once we get moisture and,
Yeah, you would just have to amend again. Or you could amend, put that in there as a conditional.
So when there's a full ban, what's restricted?
All burning.
Okay, but you can still go out and check your cattle or do your haying and
You're not
everything
supposed
else.
to do any unauthorized off-road vehicle use. That's part of the burn ban.
And that would be irregardless of whether or not we pass this motion or not.
Yes.
Mr. Zander, you had something?
Sean, are you aware of any other counties that have put a full burn ban in place in our southwest region?
I don't believe so. I know obviously during the fireworks, during the 4th of July, there were some that were like that, but I think the majority of them are tied right now to the index that I'm aware of.
Personally, I'd rather, and I'm not opposed to a full fire ban, but I would prefer that the recommendation come from the experts.
That's how, yeah. I agree with you.
Could we drop the controlled ban to the next lower category? So,
So just the green, right now blue's moderate, so green would just be low.
yeah, so you can only burn when it's green versus
Yeah,
blue?
you absolutely could.
I guess I'm,
That's how it's written. It
Yeah.
just depends on how we write it. Because currently, right now, we don't, our index isn't even written like the state, so we kind of have our own county, the way it's written, so it's all really what you would like to do.
I don't know if that would help address the issue.
I guess you guys can do it. I'm just bringing up what I see. If you guys ever been on a real fire with these firefighters and see what they go through, I think your guys' mind would change because I've been there, I've been with them. So you guys, you're the board, you decide what you want to. I'm just bringing up the facts and I see what happens out there and not to say that it may not go away because, and these fires, like I said yesterday, this one up here could have been a CRP fire too, and it's just gonna happen, but that controlled burn, that's the only thing I have an issue with. So, and if we wanted to see what happens, that's totally your guys'
Yeah.
idea.
I like your idea about dropping it to the,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I'm just going, if the fire chief in Richardson says, you know, that I don't want to restrict my people from burning in a 55-gallon drum, then who are we to overrule him? I guess that's my point. So I'd rather go the way we're talking potentially, is just lower it by one index. And that way it's kind of more of a mental awareness kind of thing.
Maybe that's just as a suggestion, maybe Shauna to get together with all the fire chiefs, give her the authorization to do it based on what the recommendation they get back from the fire chiefs.
Yep.
That would be the simplest. That way you got the experts' opinion, what they like to do, and then you can then give her the authorization to either do it or just leave it as it is.
well, we got Mr. Mayor here. Maybe he could give us a little insight since he's on the fire board. Fire,
Good morning, Commissioners. Eldon Mayer, Stark County Sheriff's Office. As Commissioner Arthur said, I'm also on the Dickinson Rural Fire. I was out at the fires last night. I guess now in regards to the controlled burn part of it, it happens very frequently. They'll call into dispatch, a landowner or whatever, and they'll just say, I want to do a controlled burn of trees or even a burn barrel or something like that. And the officer in charge in the case of the rural fire department or in Richardson, it would be the fire chief. I think they just are probably aware of, one, what the fire index is, two, what the conditions are in their county, and then based on all that information that they see in their area, I think they make as best of an informed decision as they can as to whether they're going to authorize it or not. What I hear and see as a common denominator that they require is that they're around to watch it until it's completely out. So I think they're doing a very good job of monitoring it, controlling it, and making that judgment call, so to speak. Doing a complete burn ban, I guess, again, that's up to you guys. For the controlled burn, again, that's up to you guys. But my estimation, I think that's a good approach, Commissioner Messer. I think if you lower the threshold to that lower index, that would be helpful, in my opinion.
Yeah, because I mean, this is several years ago, but in the Richardson area, I did call Jason and said we want to do a controlled burn, and he said, I'd rather see you wait until tomorrow because the conditions look better. And that's what we did. So that's, I want to allow those individuals to have their expertise. So I guess I would certainly be willing to amend to what we're talking about to lower it by one.
Well, and I think it's important to note too, I think regardless of where that threshold is, it seems that you always have that person or a group of person that, regardless of what the threshold is, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, right? I think what we saw yesterday, there was, I think some tires being burned or something up north. There was some question, I think the deputies were out there, the fire chief was out there. You know, they were asking some very tough questions and couldn't get an answer, couldn't actually pinpoint who started the controlled burn, so to speak. But so again, I think regardless of where that threshold is, we'll still deal with folks that choose to do maybe something on their own. But I think across the board, you lower it. It may help. Again,
I agree with you.
I'll amend my motion that we lower it.
And I would amend my second to accept that.
Any other discussion? Not, then you'll roll call vote.
What's the motion?
It's the, you lowered it down to, you said one,
To blue, right,
Currently, you can, so blue is already allowed to, so we'd lower it to
to
green.
green, got it. That's,
lowering the index to the color green.
So it's red, orange, green.
It's green, blue, yellow, orange, and then red. Sorry.
Okay.
So we're going to blue. Green.
green.
Oh my God.
So only one category is allowed
You
for
would
burning.
only be able
Let's
to
do
burn
it that way. Only this,
category,
only the
basically.
lowest rated one.
So the burn ban, the motion is for the burn ban to be on the one category of green.
All county burning would only be allowed if the fire index is in low category.
Okay,
Glad I said it that way.
And this is a
Yeah,
temporary,
me
this is a
too.
temporary until we get.
until
Yes.
moisture, that's amended till
Thank you.
Yep.
there's a moisture again, right?
Yes.
Okay. Roll call vote then. Commissioner Arthod,
Aye.
Commissioner Messer,
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh,
Aye.
Commissioner Zander.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Thank you.
That taken care of.
Thanks.
All right, being I burned up so much time here, I better step on it here. The road crew are replacing some culverts. We actually had a couple of bridges we took out here and made low water crossings out of them. The road crew is hauling gravel over by the Richardson area. As far as the projects that we're currently working on, I'll let the engineers give them reports. Just, you know, we did a traffic study out on Fluffy Fields where we did that new pavement, just to kind of fill you in. The Fluffy Fields Road, we set the counters out for 8 days. There's an average of 644 cars a day going through there. And the average speed on them is 45 miles an hour. So it's not really excessive. But then you got this jokester here, he was going 87.7 miles an hour. So, I mean, you're gonna get them all over the place, but the average speed is 45, so.
Okay.
And then on the 107th, the one going north and south, there's 606 a day. That was over an 8-day period, and the average is 50.39. And there was one at 93.1, probably the same guy that rounded the corner. So as of right now, I really don't think we have a problem, so I would recommend leave the speed limit as it is. And then back to this young lady that wrote this letter here, you know, children that play signs, I think that needs to be researched. We've been told in sign class that sign shouldn't be up. And it's somehow, we'll have to do some research on it, but we're not supposed to be using it, what I understand. So I don't know what we can put up there. I understand they're concerned with traffic and crossing the roads as young kids and stuff, but
Anything you do with pedestrians sign?
maybe we can put some pedestrian signs up, but as too happy as our country is today, we gotta make sure what we put up is, there's a MUTC manual, of traffic safety manual, we can look and see what we can put in there, but I still think we need to respond to this young person that took their time of day out to write a letter like that, so.
Yep, I do too.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next, we have Highland Engineering.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Mike Ness, Highlands Engineering. Got a pretty quick report this morning. The bridge replacement north of Richardson, about 8 miles north and 4 miles east of North Dakota 8. Finally got the 404 permit, core permit for that after they required a cultural resource survey. And we're just waiting for funding to become available to construct that project. My last estimate was about $400,000 to $450,000. If there's no questions on that, my construction engineering project, Lubbock Construction, is currently working on the 1.3 mile road, the 6 mile road north of Belfield from Highway 85 west. They should be completing the earthwork culvert installations within this next week, and then of course that'll follow up with topsoil. Seeding and everything should get wrapped up in the next couple weeks. Did have to reprofile the job a little bit because of some utility issues out there with CenturyLink wouldn't get their utilities moved, so we ended up having to borrow a little bit of material locally. But didn't set the project back or nothing, so. I guess that's about it.
Okay, any other questions?
So when, like CenturyLink is there and that's underground, then you gotta get them out there to move it, or you just cover it up deeper, or what?
Well, we try to get them out there. They're really hard to work with. You know, the contractor calls them, and sometimes when we call them for utility locates, they sometimes don't even get those located correctly, and we don't even get them in the design sometimes. So then it's a big surprise when we go to build it. Here's some lines that were never located. So there's that issue, and then to come and get them to move stuff is really difficult. You know, local Consolidateds, the Rough Rider Electric, they're really nice to work with. They'll come out at a reasonable time to move it, but those guys are tough. CenturyLink, or whatever they're called now. So.
Any other questions? Not, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next to do Northern Plains Engineering.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I think my report can be pretty brief. Construction projects, we have the paving project on 107th to 35th Street. The project's done. We have recommended pay estimate number 4 of roughly $22,000, so that should complete that project. Nothing left to do on that, so probably be the last time you see it on our report. Some other construction projects or potential construction projects, 30th Street on the county line northeast of Dickinson. That one's going into an engineering selection next week. We have approved the shop drawings. Martin Construction's a low bid on that project. Construction is expected sometime in October. Also 127th and 131st, that's also going through a selection process next week. And Quality Dirt Works is a low bid on that project. And it's my understanding they're looking at starting either September or October. Both those projects will be complete this season. It'll be late this season, but they should be done this year. As far as our active design project, the bridge replacement south of Richardson on 83rd and 86th Avenue, those are set up for the November bid opening through the DOT. We've been reaching out to landowners. There's 4 of them. One of them is agreeable. We're meeting with 2 today, and there's 1 remaining that we're trying to track down and discuss projects and easements, but we haven't heard of any issues yet, but we have not have signed easements, so hoping to wrap that up fairly soon, but like I said, that one is set up for the November bid opening. Other than that, that's about all I really had for county projects. I can answer any questions you may have, and I'll also stick around for a short presentation from Gladstone mayor and council member following me right now. So, any questions from the commission?
Do you need an action item, excuse me, on that 22,000, or is that in the pre-approved? It's just.
I think that's approved through the bills.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, got it. That's all I had. Thank you.
No questions then, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So next we have the City of Gladstone, a street project.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Cody Silbernagle. I'm the mayor of Gladstone. Just a little backstory on our city project. We recently completed a seal coat and chip seal on every street in the community that was previously paved. In addition to that, we did a mill and overlay on all of Main Street, and a mill and overlay on part of Ross-Schiller, as well as a complete seal coat on First Avenue. And I apologize, this is fellow councilman Mark Erdman. Long and short of the story is a couple years ago we came before the Stark County Commission and we wanted to begin the conversation about potential cost share for a potential project on the streets that are what we believe to be directly impacted by not only community citizens but also the county. Main Street and First Avenue are the only means of access to any residential or any residents living east and rural of town. And obviously Ross-Schiller is the means of access to the elevator. So we put a presentation together just to identify the cost. The total project cost was roughly $560,000. And of the $560,000, approximately $220,000 was, well, $221 I believe is what it is, was allocated and identified as utilized on these particular streets. One may ask, well, why did you guys not come before you did the project? Well, there's an answer to that. We went to bids to try and identify where our budget numbers were going to be because it was kind of an unknown fluctuation. We were coming out of COVID, and the prices of things were starting to climb. It was hard to narrow down a price, and engineering cost was there. Unfortunately, when we got our first bid, it was extremely over what we had anticipated, so we had to do some negotiation and rebid the stuff. And once we were able to narrow down a cost, our contractor, we did award the bid, and we did try to get on the meeting. This is I think the first meeting we were available to get on. But our contractor was able to identify to us that they had an open window, and our streets have not been worked on and nothing's been done in that community for, I think, upwards of 20 years. So with or without the county's assistance on the streets we believe you guys hold a share in, we were going to do the work. So we ended up going to the Bank of North Dakota to acquire the funds to see the project through. So that's kind of where we're at today. The project is complete, and we were just here to request that you guys take into consideration the cost share of those streets due to the nature of what they provide to the citizens of Stark County.
So you're looking for a cost share on the 221?
Correct. Correct. I mean, if we were to propose amount, I mean, the majority of the traffic within the community is small vehicle, light vehicle, and the two particular roads were significantly damaged. And obviously, 20 years of wear and tear and maintenance, lack of maintenance, is going to do some of that. But a lot of the agricultural equipment, the tractors that go up and down the road, the semis, hauling grain in and out, seed in and out, those are going to do the majority of the large impact that Main Street and Ross-Schiller were exposed to. So, I mean, I guess another means of justification, if you would.
Did you have a percentage in mind?
We were proposing and asking for 50% cost share on that. I mean, obviously, it's we're here to negotiate, and we have to start somewhere, right? So, that's yeah, absolutely.
Have you had conversation with any board members and or road superintendent in regards to
the conversation that had occurred was primarily, and I don't want to speak for Jeremy, but Jeremy had spoken with Al several times, I believe, about the potential for this to becoming over the last. I mean, it's been a conversation for several years that we've been trying to, I guess, more or less work out the logistics of how we're going to finance this in our community. So,
I'm curious as to how, what kind of a formula did you use to come up with the 50%?
So,
or is Jeremy, were there any traffic studies done, anything like that?
wasn't any formal traffic studies. I think it's just a ballpark number. You know, of the $220,000 roughly, there was also, the total cost was $560,000. And there was other patching that had to do within the city, but the bulk of the patching and bulk of the expense was on First Avenue, which without any traffic studies, maybe we should have done that, but it seems like it's not the passenger vehicles of the city of Gladstone. That was kind of what we're thinking, is that there's really no alternate route for the Aggie community to get to Enchanted Highway other than using Main Street.
If the board is to consider, and this question for commissioners more than anything, but if the board is gonna consider participating in this, would the funds then come out of the road department and or highway distribution?
Well, that was my point. I was gonna look, do we have a precedence on this, and does L have a recommendation on this?
Well, the proper place would probably take a special road and bridge. I know the special road and bridge fund is still out there. You know, back to, was I informed this, there's been conversations of this project. I wasn't aware this project was bid until it was almost done. So, I mean, yes, we've had conversations, it was gonna happen, but we've done projects in Gladstone before, we've done projects in Richardson, we've done projects in Taylor and in Belfield, so should we cost share? Yes, but to what percentage? I haven't really, is 50% out of line? Probably not, because, that is the main street and one going to the elevator, it cuts all the way across. I know probably 15 plus years ago, we actually paved in the street that was way on the very east end, and I don't remember what street that is, but way on the very east end, but the county did share in that, so. I think maybe we should just have some discussions with the road portfolio and come back to the next meeting with a recommendation. I mean, the bill is already paid, so it's not like you're waiting to pay the contractor. I think we should kind of talk about it and then come back with a recommendation to the next meeting.
I would agree that, take your time. I mean, obviously, we've undertaken this without the assumption that you're going to help. If you do, that's, we'll be ever so gracious for that. However, the community needed it, and we had to do what we had to do. That's, the sense of urgency that was behind it, and the ability for our contractor gave us like a 2-week window. Let's do it now, or let's not do it this year, and we took advantage of that. So you guys take your time, discuss it, and let us know if we need to come back for the next meeting, and we'll be more than grateful to do so.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you guys very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Cody.
Next we go to KLJ.
Hi, good morning. Andrew Krebs with KLJ. Just here to give you a brief update on our projects. So the first one is a box culvert project south of Taylor. Since the last meeting, the project, it got started, they installed the box, they built the road, and it's all topsoiled and about ready for seeding. So we're gonna wait another week to do any kind of permanent seeding so that's seeded within the spec dates. Basically, they just have seeding, erosion control, some rock picking to do on it, but overall the project's looking pretty good. Is there any questions on that project?
Any questions?
Okay. As far as our wetland mitigation monitoring, there's not much to update since the last meeting. It's basically, we'll put together the report, and that's due by the end of the year, and we'll have to, it's short of the acres, so we'll just have to come back and monitor again next year.
That was a 3-year mitigation, or how was it?
The Corps usually does 3 to 5 years, provided it meets its acreage.
And this was our 3rd year?
This was the 3rd year, yeah. So, and as you're aware, it's been dry, so it didn't grow any.
Right.
But it is establishing well, so hopefully next year, if we get some moisture, it'll do better. And then lastly, Steve Josephson from Planning and Zoning contacted KLJ to evaluate the methodology used for the sound and flicker studies on One Energy's conditional use permit application. That just, made sense. And, so we put together a task order to do that review. I submitted that to Steve, Friday for review, and then he asked if I just bring it to the meeting. So I do have one here. I think he wanted to know, you guys' approval to go forward.
Yeah, we wanted to get approval on this. The study will cost $1,250 is correct.
Yep.
For the study, so I need a motion to approve that contract. So they do the sound study and flicker and shadow flicker study, review that study that they were submitted in their application.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. I have a motion by Mr. Marsh. Do you have a second?
I'll second it for discussion. I got two quick questions.
Okay.
And so, when you do this study, I mean, what does the study entail?
Okay.
What's it gonna report? What's it look like?
So we're not doing the studies. The
Oh.
studies were done with the permit. We are going to review what they submitted to
Got it.
make sure that it falls within guidelines and their methodologies make sense, and then provide comments based on what we see is
So
the
the
task.
study is done by somebody that's neutral or what?
Yeah, it was done and submitted with their permit for those wind towers.
This is just a review of that study that was
We're just-
submitted.
Yeah, review.
So that study was done with the permit with One Energy?
Yes.
Mr. Zander, do you have a question or?
Well, I'm just wondering, is there a rush to do this because this project hasn't been okayed either at planning and zoning or here? And Steve, you got something to say?
Yes, I do. Steve Josephson, County Planner. The conditional use permit, this is for the turbines that they wanted for the marathon plant. It's scheduled to go to public hearing in, I think it's the first of
September 2nd.
September 2nd. If you review the application, you'll see that the applicant cites the sound study, when they were talking about compatibility and impact on surrounding properties. That's why this would be, this would be like if it was somewhere else, you just hand it to your engineer and say, can you look this over before we and give us some comments before we make a recommendation.
Thank you, Steve. That clears that up for me.
The question I have is if I came in and did a development within city limits or within the ETZ of the city, and they required any kind of professional review, whether it be a Apex engineering study, the applicant would pay for that.
That's correct, yes.
So could we require that here as well?
Yes, in fact, that's typical, like when an applicant reviews a subdivision, for example, and they'll bill the county, and then the county sends the bill on to the applicant, and they need to pay that before any action can be taken.
See, I was misunderstanding. I was thinking that it was something that we were doing for our own knowledge, not for their knowledge, and I think, that should be done and paid for.
It's for our own knowledge.
I'm talking about us.
Yeah, it's for the county's
Right.
knowledge.
Yes, and that's not really what I see here. I mean, this is something that they're presenting at their expense. It should be.
I think I believe the county should do their own study on, not to approve the study that One Energy did. I think we should do our own study, not what was on the permit.
That's what I was thinking that
Yep.
this was about. So I don't know, do I take back my motion or do we
This
just
is
vote on it?
to review what they submitted to see, if it meets, like Leandra said, to meet the guidelines on it. So it's a study, to see what they submitted to see if it meets the standards.
Yeah, if the methodology works.
Do I just rescind my motion or vote on it?
You can rescind if you.
Rescind if you want, but they're just reviewing.
Well, I just don't.
Your
think that we
motion's
should have to pay
fine.
for it. Okay.
Has there been a second to that motion?
Yes. Commissioner Masser seconded for discussion.
Well, I'll call the question.
Okay. We'll roll call vote then. Commissioner Marsh,
No.
Commissioner Messer,
No.
Commissioner Zander,
Aye.
Commissioner Arthud,
No,
chair votes aye.
I'd make a motion that the KLG do the review and that the applicant pay for that study, review of the study.
That they do the review of what they submitted.
That KLJ do the independent review of the information submitted by One Energy.
And the applicant's responsible for reimbursing.
That's right.
was that your
Okay.
motion?
Yes.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second. Discussion on that. Okay, if no discussion, go roll call vote. Commissioner Messer,
Aye.
Commissioner Arthud,
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh,
Aye.
Commissioner Zander,
No.
chair votes aye. Motion carries. Okay,
I do think we need to look and research and find our own independent person.
So in this case, would we still?
Yeah, that's it, the applicant's asking for, or
Yeah,
the
I guess
engineer's asking for
in
clarification.
this case, so then, like Steve mentioned, when we reviewed this subdivisions, we still sent a bill to the county and you guys would bill
Yeah,
the applicant.
right.
So would that still be the case here?
You send it straight to one.
Well, that's what I'm kind of wondering logistically how this is going to work. Oh, KLG is not going to provide their
Yeah,
services.
they-
If you want this done, you're going to have
Right.
to pay for it and bill Marathon and One Energy.
Yeah, and if you give them the option, then maybe they can pick their own firm or whoever they want to review it as well.
Yeah, but it doesn't work that way in the city. I don't get to pick my own
No, you
review
don't.
engineer. So we have to pick somebody we're comfortable with. If we're comfortable with KLG doing the review, then they do the review, and the financial obligation is One Energy. That's where we're at. We just passed that, so.
But you guys go out to do it and Marathon and One Energy, you're not going to, oh, I'm sorry. Are you going to do the study? And then, I mean, that's what I'm wondering logistically, how this is gonna work.
Yeah,
If
I
they
mean-
just refuse to pay for it, then we haven't gotten anywhere.
Well, that's
I would
something
say they would be
between,
able to
that's,
go
we
forward.
see how One Energy wants to work with KLJ.
So I guess could send them the task order, and if they refuse to sign it, then you just wouldn't have the review done before your public hearing.
That's fine.
That's right.
So I guess, Steve, if you can send me some contact information for them.
I'll do that.
Okay,
I'll do that today.
Okay.
Contact information.
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll go to the Spirit of Excellence Award.
Morning, Chairman and Commissioners.
Morning.
My name is Julie Obergewich. I come forward today with another Stark County Spirit of Excellence Award recipient, and she is in attendance today. She will hopefully come up and say a few words later. I could talk all day about this, but I prepared a video for you all that Annika has not yet seen. Annika Saylor is our recent recipient. She just turned 18, however, was not 18 at the time of when she received our award. I think what I'm going to do is just ask them to play it, and then I think the video will speak for itself, how the presentation went. If it won't load, it's also on YouTube. I just want to kind of give a rundown of how the day went. we had not only Annika in attendance, but we had the individual that she saved as well, Dwayne Sattler from Richardson. And I don't have the nomination with me because I have it in the presentation, but different people that spoke at the presentation include Annika's mom, Sylvia Miller, and she's also the award nominator. Sheriff Corey Lee spoke as well and presented her with the Sheriff's Challenge coin. Sergeant Travis Scar with the North Dakota Highway Patrol attended as well and presented her with the Colonel's Award for Excellence. United States Representative Kelly Armstrong was also there, and he was the one that presented her with the award itself. Brian Winningham with the city presented her with the mayor's coin. Tom Roll, the Richardson mayor, came and presented with some nice words. Sabrina Zeller, her employer, was also there from Benedictine Living Community. Tina Pavlicek with Dickinson High School was there as well. She was her CPR instructor, and she had a video recording. Superintendent Dr. Marcus Luton was there as well with Dickinson High School. Governor Doug Burgum gave her, he sent in a 2-minute congratulatory video as well. So we played that. We had over $500 in donations again from across the county. And also the Alara Center was so gracious, in addition with Luke Holmes, to present her with Luke Holmes tickets. I was very happy about that. Bismarck State College President Doug Jensen was there with his wife to present Annika with a scholarship to attend Bismarck State College. Dwayne, Kim, and Sean Sattler were all there. If you need a tearjerker, that'll definitely do it. Watching the video, and then of course Annika was there. And I guess since we're not gonna, the video doesn't look like it's going to play. Earlier this year, Annika came upon a rollover accident near Richardson, and she had been taught CPR class or CPR training when she was a freshman in high school. And she got to the scene of the accident. There were horrible road conditions as well. It was very snowy. She was in a near-miss accident herself, and she was able to take over CPR and save Dwayne Sattler's life. So it's bravery that we don't see much in adults, let alone a youth, and let alone a 17-year-old individual. So we were so happy to present her with the Stark County Spirit of Excellence Award. We had 34 nominations. 4 of them were for Annika. It was a beautiful day, and it was so fun to honor this young, brave individual. So I don't know, Lisa, it doesn't sound like it's gonna work. Okay, that's fine. Annika is in attendance today. Annika, would you like to come forward and say a few words? Okay.
I'm Annika Saylor. I don't really have much to say other than thank you for giving Julie this opportunity to present here today. And I'd like to thank Julie for all the opportunities she's gave me throughout this whole award. So yeah, thank you.
The next award deadline will be August 15th. And just as a refresher for people, the Stark County Spirit of Excellence recognizes individuals in the county in the categories of leadership, customer service, innovation, stewardship, and also Good Samaritan random acts of kindness. All the mayors of the county are on the awards team, and I'm incredibly grateful to them for giving their time to be a part of this committee as well. So they'll be reconvening very shortly to decide the next recipient, and I will be posting the video to the Facebook page later today. So you can check it out there. So
thank you.
That's what I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Annika, for that bravery. That's really responsible at your age to take that on. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, next we'll go to, we're a little bit ahead is Big Sky for Passenger Rail Authority. You ready?
Well, good morning. I'm going to have to ask how to put the PowerPoint in unless it was downloaded. That you do have it? Yep. Okay, all right. Okay. Yep, that'll be one of them coming up. So I'm Terry Thiel. I'm with the Dickinson Convention and Visitors Bureau. And back in, probably it was the end of April, I received a letter from the Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority, the Montana group that has been doing a lot of research and a lot of community gathering for an old, used to be the rail line going through Montana, the southern route through there, and through North Dakota. So at that time, they were sending out letters, just getting some information out to other people, gathering through and seeing what support, even on a federal level, that could be garnered. So at that time, then, I did send letters to our congressional offices asking for them to take a look at that and possibly looking at some other funding. It'll take, years within studies and such to do that. So in the meantime, after that, then I was contacted by them and have participated in a couple of the different meetings that have gone on. So I'm going to introduce Jason Stewart. He's with the Dawson County Economic Development Group. And he'll go through the PowerPoint with you, and then we'll see also if the video could get pulled up later on their website. So I'll introduce Jason.
Thank you, Terry. Well, thank you, Stark County Commissioners, for having us this morning. It's always a pleasure to make the drive over from Glendive to Dickinson. As Terry said, I'm Jason Stewart. I'm the Executive Director of the Dawson County Economic Development Council in Glendive. I am also the Vice Chair of the Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority. If you're wondering what the Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority is, there is a statute in Montana state law which allows counties to come together to form a regional rail authority for the purpose of advocating for rail service, be that freight or passenger. We're obviously a passenger rail group. We were formed in late 2020 by 12 founding counties, of which Dawson County was one of those founding members. And we are now up to 15 counties. Most recently, we added Rosebud County a couple of weeks ago, and then just last week, Stillwater County passed their resolution to join the authority. So technically, we are a subdivision of Montana state government, and we are getting rolling pretty quick. We had our first meeting in January, and here we are 7 months later, and we've got a lot of new counties joining the authority, and we're moving down the tracks, as you might say, to try to bring passenger rail service back to southern Montana, southern North Dakota. Yeah, and if you guys can start that. Oh, I think we lost our PowerPoint for a second. Anyway. Well, we'll get that back in a second, I guess. So we are in the process now of we're starting to do outreach to our neighboring states. There we are. As far as what the Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority is up to, again, we're out to further the health, safety, and economic prosperity of not just Montana, but our entire region by advocating for rail as a public transportation option. As you all should be aware, there used to be a passenger rail line that came through Dickinson, came through Glendive, came through Miles City and Billings. That was the former North Coast Hiawatha route. It ceased service back in October of 1979 was the very last one of those trains that came through. And since then, we have been without passenger rail service in this part of our states. We do have the Empire Builder running up along the High Line, obviously. And we are not looking to take away from the Empire Builder in any way, shape, or form. This is not a replacement for that. This is in addition to that. You have the next slide, please. And you have to hit it twice. And you'll see here, this is just the passenger rail routes going across Montana, the former North Coast Hiawatha route, as well as, while our immediate focus right now is on the former North Coast Hiawatha route, as you guys can note, and also by those red lines on that map there. Formerly, there were also passenger rail lines that ran between Denver and Billings and Salt Lake City and Butte. Those went away even further back than the North Coast Hiawatha did. But we also are looking to that future as well, and hoping that at some point in the in the not too distant future, we may have an opportunity to look at restoring those rail connections as well. One thing you'll see as we get to looking at the map of the West is that while we do have east-west connectivity across parts of the West with like the Empire Builder and then further south down into Colorado and whatnot, there's virtually no north-south passenger rail connectivity remaining in the West except for the Pacific Coast. On this slide, you can see these are our member counties. It obviously needs to be updated with Stillwater coming on board. But again, 15 counties have joined the Rail Authority so far. So we are getting really close to having the entire route of the North Coast Hiawatha filled in with counties having joined. Next slide, please. And we are in the process, obviously, we just got started in January. So we are currently, we just got the contract signed to have a research note and the beginnings of a socioeconomic study performed by the Rail Passengers Association to determine what is going to be the economic benefits and impacts to our communities here on this southern route, not just in Montana, but in North Dakota, Idaho as well, and all the other states that make up the line. We don't have that information yet, so as of right now, what we can do is we have to kind of point to the Empire Builder and kind of extrapolate off of that as to what would be the impacts and the benefits to our communities of having this service available. As you can see, the current data on the Empire Builder, $595.2 million in annual economic return to the United States. In just the state of Montana, I'm sorry, I don't have the figures for North Dakota, but just in the state of Montana, the annual economic impact is $101.5 million per year. Now, that is an incredible return on investment. It costs the federal government around $57 million a year to subsidize the Empire Builder, to basically to run that train. And off of the $57 million a year annual federal investment, you have an economic return of $595.2 million. I love to tell everybody, I spent 3.5 years working in the United States Congress, in the U.S. Senate for former Republican Senator David Vitter of Louisiana. One of the things you learn really quick when you work in Congress for not very long is that most of our federal tax dollars, they disappear into a black hole of nothing. There's virtually no return on the investment for anything that the federal government spends your tax money on. But this, there absolutely is. And the great thing about the return on investment, while it doesn't necessarily make its way into the pockets of Amtrak, well, even better, it makes its way into the pockets of our Main Street businesses, our hotels, our restaurants, our retailers, our tourism providers. That's where the economic return is generated. It also creates jobs along the route. There have to be station attendants and people who, handle luggage and all that kind of good stuff. So it's a tremendous economic benefit. It's one of these few things that the federal government, and there's a very short list of things that the federal government actually spends your tax dollars on that generate any kind of return on the investment, and passenger rail is absolutely one of them. Next slide, please. Just want to run you through here real quick, just kind of a vision of where passenger rail once was and where it has gone in this country. If you look at this map from January 1st, 1962, you can see that the passenger rail service across the United States was pretty robust at that point. Now, this is just 1962. You're talking about just after around the time of completion of the interstate highway system. The jet age was taking off. And so if you go to the next slide, you'll start to see, 5 years later, you see how many routes have already been dropped within 5 years as people shifted to driving and flying. North Coast Hiawatha route was still active back then, but as you can see, next slide, please. By 1970, look how many gaps are starting to open up in the map. And obviously what had happened was the passenger rail service in this country used to be provided by the railroads, right? Burlington Northern, Northern Pacific, they're the ones who used to provide it. But it was never their bread and butter. Their bread and butter has always been the freight rail. They made very little money off of passenger rail service, going all the way back to the beginnings of it. They did compete intensely and tried to make their trains the nicest, poshest, against each other. But with the advent of interstate highway system and the jet age, ridership on those routes decreased quite significantly, and the host railroads, they just, dropped something that had never been very profitable for them in the first place, and once the ridership declined and it became less and less profitable, they just ceased doing it. By 1975, you can see that it's getting really spotty. The North Coast Hiawatha at that point was down to less than daily service, and you see that a lot of other routes. And then next slide, please. And by 1993, obviously, it ceased to exist. And then, of course, in the early 1970s is when Amtrak was formed, as all those freight railroads started dropping their passenger rail service, and it became a concern that this country was going to absolutely, completely lose passenger rail service, which is why Amtrak was formed. But if you get to the early 90s, and you can see that there's very little left in the way of connectivity in terms of passenger rail service in this country. Next map. And this is the present passenger rail system in the U.S., the present Amtrak system. The red lines you see are the remaining daily lines, and as you can see, especially here in the northwest part of the country, there is a massive gap. And again, you can also see that there's virtually no north-south connectivity in the west, remaining in the west. Next slide, please. Some of you guys may have seen this recently. This was the map that Amtrak put out earlier this year of kind of their vision for the future of the next 10 years. Of course, we immediately were like, wait a minute, well, where's the West, right? Why are we left out still? And if you hit the button again, you'll see that obviously, as we know, you see this huge donut hole where there's virtually no passenger rail service whatsoever, aside from the Empire Builder, and then down through Denver. And as we all know, people live here. And actually, a lot more people live here than back when we used to have passenger rail service. And an increasingly larger number of people are living here. As we all know, Montana, North Dakota, Idaho, we're amongst the fastest growing states in the nation. More and more people are moving to our states. And so we're going to have more and more stresses put on each of our state's transportation systems in the coming years, so we could use more and better transportation options moving forward. Next slide, please. And of course, while the Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority is a Montana organization, we have recognized from the beginning that working across state lines is absolutely key to any success. Other states in other parts of the country have had recent success in restoring or improving passenger rail lines, and they haven't done it by working alone. They've done it by working together. Some examples of that include, probably the best recent example of that is the Gulf Coast Working Group, and working in concert with the Southern Rail Commission down in Louisiana, my home state, Mississippi, and Alabama. Who have made great strides in the last 10 years or so in restoring or improving passenger rail service through those states in the Gulf Coast region. Other examples are what's known as MIPRA, Midwest Passenger Rail Association in the Midwest, the Daily Cardinal Working Group, which has been working to improve and revitalize the Daily Cardinal route between West Virginia and Ohio, and of course the largest and the most robust of these is the North Atlantic Rail Group in what's known as the Northeast Corridor, up there through New York, from Boston to D.C., basically, that area, which tends to see a lot of the funding for passenger rail go their way. Next slide, please. As part of our effort to make our case to members of Congress, especially, for why this route is, the former North Coast Hiawatha route is needed again. We've been working together, and we have it's currently right now an informal working group, but we call it the Greater Northwest Rail Working Group. So the Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority, we are not alone in this, because again, interstate cooperation and collaboration is critical to our future success. Our partners in the Greater Northwest Rail Working Group include All Aboard Washington, the Association of Oregon Rail and Transit Advocates, also known as AORTA, the Utah Rail Passengers Association, All Aboard Minnesota, All Aboard Wisconsin, and the city of Boise, Idaho. And you'll also see there we've had already received letters and statements of support by the Dickinson Convention and Visitors Bureau, the city of Medora, here in North Dakota, just down the road, Bonner County, Idaho, that's Sandpoint, Idaho, and Kootenai County, Idaho, which is Kirtland. So we've had great success in reaching out already and working together. Our working group, we had what was called a virtual fly-in with over 20 members of Congress in early June, as well as committee staffs from both the House and Senate. And we had people from all these organizations on those calls, working together, making the case for why we need increased funding for passenger rail service, and especially here in the West, and to look at restoring some of these former passenger rail lines here in the rural West in particular. Next slide, please. As for what the Stark County Commissioners, what you guys could possibly do, unfortunately I can't invite you to join the Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority. That is a Montana-only organization. But what you guys could do to help our cause and help your cause as well is quite simply two primary things. Number one, contact your members of Congress and ask them to support restoration of passenger rail service along the former North Coast Hiawatha route. Tell them specifically to support restoration of the limited North Coast Hiawatha line. We'd also ask that you consider telling them to support Section 2214 of the Senate Surface Transportation Bill, which directs the U.S. Department of Transportation to conduct a nationwide study of daily long-distance Amtrak service. That was entered in by our senator from Montana, Senator John Tester, with an assist by Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi. So we had a Democrat and Republican working together. I know, shocking, right? But they worked together in the Senate Commerce Committee to get that language in the Senate version of the Surface Transportation Bill, which is colloquially known as the Highway Bill. Though it obviously includes a lot more than just highways. And what that Section 2214 does is, again, it tells the U.S. Department of Transportation, directs them to study discontinued passenger rail lines. And while it doesn't specifically say you shall study the North Coast Hiawatha route, it includes language in there, the West, rural. It's got markers in there that basically really does direct them to study that line in particular, as well as other routes like the former Pioneer route that used to run between Denver and Boise, and other former routes across the rural West. If that passes through Congress and passes out of the final bill, the Department of Transportation would have to submit a report to Congress within 2 years with their findings and recommendations on which routes should be restored. And of course, we believe that the North Coast Hiawatha route would be among those that would be recommended for restoration. It already has been. Just 10 years ago, a little over 10 years ago, in 2008, Congress passed the Passenger Rail Improvement and Investment Act, and as part of that, Amtrak conducted a feasibility study on restoring the North Coast Hiawatha line. And that study came back very positive and recommended doing it and restoring it. Unfortunately, Congress never bothered to appropriate the funding to do so. So that has languished and sat there and did not move forward. And here we are in 2021, kind of back to square one in a way. But it's kind of nice to know it wasn't that long ago where, a report was put out that did recommend restoring this route through our communities. So we want to get that done again. And finally, something else you guys could do, it would be to pass a resolution of in support of restored passenger rail service through southern North Dakota. This is something we've asked all of our folks in North Dakota we've met with so far to consider doing. That's obviously a pretty strong step for the commission to take, but we'd certainly ask you to give that some consideration to doing that. Because what we want to do here is we're trying to connect to our past in a big way. This is the passenger rail depot in Glendive, Montana in around 1925 or so. As you see all the people standing there waiting on the train. And again, we have way more people living in this part of the world today than we did back in the 20s and 30s and 40s when passenger rail service was in its heyday. So we're connecting to our past, but we also want to build to our future. as our states and communities continue to grow in population, and increasingly needing to move people around. And of course, as we all know, we have vast distances to cover here across the Northern Plains. And, you know, it's, I like to bring up, for me to get to my state capital in Helena from Glendive, it is a 450-mile trip by car. And that's the only way I can do it. There's no other option. I can't fly there. I can only drive there. And as we also know, for about 4 to 5 months out of the year, we have some of the most severe winter weather in the lower 48. So that 450-mile drive, or in your cases, the 100 or however far it is to Bismarck or to Fargo, that drive can become dang near impossible, certainly dangerous. So wouldn't it be nice if we had a different alternative, a way to move across our states from point A to point B without having to drive hundreds and hundreds of miles being the only way we can do it. As we also know, here in our, certainly in eastern Montana, we have a very high percentage of elderly and disabled people for whom driving is really not an option, and for whom flying is not an option because there's very limited air service available. So again, having another option, having what we like to call transportation equity. There's, you go out east, and, I used to live in DC, and from DC to get to New York City is shorter than the distance from Glendive to Billings. But you can drive, you can fly, you can take a train. If you've got a boat, you can take a boat. But out here, our only option way too many times is to drive. And so we'd like to see that improved by having passenger rail service. And final slide, so it's been 42 years since passenger rail service ended through our communities here in southern North Dakota and southern Montana. And we want to bring it back, and we hope to work together with Stark County and other communities in North Dakota and Idaho and Washington and Wisconsin and Minnesota and Illinois to help bring it back. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're running a little behind schedule here. I'll go next to the CTE Academy update, please.
Can I get 1 second?
Sure.
Before Mike starts in? Hey, Terry, would you stay for a minute? In regards to the request, letter of resolution in support, I would like to make a motion that we work to get that completed, and that Terry, you and maybe Karen and other staff can draft some letter to just get that at least started.
Okay.
And then we'll put Mike LaFour on the committee too. Anyhow, and so that's a motion to, let's get that done.
Resolution in support is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any other discussion? Roll call vote then. Commissioner Zander.
Aye.
Commissioner Messer.
Aye.
Commissioner Arthod.
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will get you any other information. Obviously it's a slide here, but I can pass on anything for any questions or anything.
If Jason has a card, I'd like to get his card and contact information.
Sure. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we'll move forward.
Well, good morning, members of the Stark County Commission. For the record, my name is Mike LaFour, and with me today is Sarah Trust, and we're both members of the Career and Tech Academy Task Force. We started this project in December of 2019. And since that time, we've brought together a lot of the different entities within the community, whether it's Dickinson Public Schools, Dickinson State University, Trinity Catholic Schools, Stark Development, just about every political subdivision. We've met with the city, Dunn County. We're going to meet with other counties as well. and we've had several meetings with the private sector. I've never worked on a project where there's been more excitement. And the business community in this area is motivated to do whatever they can to help this project become successful. And the reason for it is, as we all know, we have a workforce shortage. We also have a workforce training issue. We've had businesses that are from this area that have relocated or started branches in other parts of the state or country due to the fact that we don't have the trained workforce needed. So the task force currently has over 20 members, and the collaboration has been nothing short of phenomenal. If you remember in the media recently, Dickinson State University and Dickinson Public Schools were given an award for collaboration. This, I believe, is at least in part due to the Career and Tech Education Center. And we're bringing these entities together, and there's about 100 Dickinson Public School students that went to school at Dickinson State University this last year. And so with those entities working together, that's the best possible scenario for the taxpayer, because they're going to do things more efficiently. And so, but I want to first start out by saying thank you to this commission, because you took a leadership role in helping us fund this, fund our operations. And so a sincere thank you to the Stark County Commission for leading the way. There are other commissions, there are other entities, private as well. As far as the private sector, we've had several meetings with different entities that, in fact, I ran into somebody that said they wanted to make a large contribution. We hadn't even talked to them yet, but they want to be involved in the diesel mechanic program. I don't know if you remember or not, but we have had a shortage of welders for how long in this area? In my opinion, that this is going to help take care of that. Dickinson State University is already collaborating with other institutions on CNA, CDL, and welding. We want those people trained here. We want them to live here. We want them to raise their families here. And in my mind, the Career and Tech Academy is a once-in-a-generation project. This is a very big deal. This is something that's going to affect our young people and adults that want further education for decades. When we started this whole process, we had ideas of building a building for this. But Dickinson Public Schools, in their wisdom, and this is also part of a discussion between task force members, bought the Halliburton project area, which includes 7 buildings and 40 acres for $6 million. That's a great leap of faith going forward in this project. And that set a foundation for us to now be able to move on. And I'll tell you, in the very short term, in addition to those 3 programs, which are either already operational or will soon be operational, you'll see automotive technology. We have car dealers that want us to start this program as soon as possible. They're willing to assist with that because more and more vehicles have electronics, more and more electronic features. Drafting, information technology, construction technology, diesel mechanic, and many other programs will become a reality with this center. Further, we'll be applying for what is now a $10 million grant through the CTE. And that grant due date is October 1st. We have now hired a CTE director who Sarah will discuss in more detail, but he's a rock star. He worked for the CTE Ag section in the state and knows every key player in CTE in the state of North Dakota. These dollars from the state would be utilized for remodeling the building. I think virtually all of you have taken the initial tour. In time, the task force will give way to a CTE governance committee comprised of area school districts and community leaders. The Killdeer Public School District, the South Hart School District have already signed on to this, and it's our goal, Richardson, Taylor, Belfield, all the schools in this area that are members of the Rough Rider Area Tech Center, we want them to become members of this as well. We feel confident that they will. We have some information from the Department of Commerce that within the next decade, we'll need to fill 263,000 jobs. Of that, 17,800 is in healthcare. That's a very big deal. We need the nurses trained here. We need all the people, the CNAs, registered nurses, everything. We want them trained here so they stay here. That's a very competitive field. We have 7,500 trade and industry construction, 8,700 business and office, occupational childcare, 4,200, trade and industry transportation, 6,300, and I could go on and on. Our plan, and we've done it to a certain extent already, and we will continue to do so, is to look at, visit with industry, what are your needs? And then match up the education and training to those needs. So at this point, as I said before, we are engaging the political subdivisions. We've had strong support from everyone that we've talked to. And as I said, we've talked with private industry already, and they're excited as well. And we intend to become more aggressive in our asks in the very near future. So today, our ask of the County Commission, you've already given us initial investment. We'd be asking for consideration of $500,000 a year for the next 3 years. And on that handout, which Sarah Trustin will go over, we'll show you what the dollars would be allocated to. And so with that, I would call on Sarah to talk about the particulars.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Sarah Trustin. I'm with Dickinson Public Schools. I want to just briefly share apologies from President Easton and Superintendent Dr. Marcus Luton. They are unable to make it today. They're actually meeting with Bismarck State College this morning at the Halliburton building to kind of discuss potential future collaborations and kind of get some insight to how their programming is working. As Representative LaFour said, we're extremely excited to welcome Aaron Anderson to Dickinson. He has been with the state supervisor for ag education with the North Dakota Career and Technical Education Department for 12 years. He led overall instruction, funding, implementation of ag programs at the high school, college, and adult levels. One of the greatest benefits, I believe, is he has been involved from the beginning with this grant. So he knows what the department is looking for, what we need to accomplish in order to receive that state funding. So he is truly going to be a rock star for our community. His biggest goal in the next few months is going to be completing that grant and meeting with stakeholders to start communicating what the future looks like for that Career and Technical Education Center. And we will bring him forth so you guys have an opportunity to meet him and he has a chance to introduce himself. He should be starting full-time here in the next 2 weeks. So again, once he gets settled in, I'll make sure to bring him so you guys have an opportunity to visit with him. You know, as Mike said, I think the excitement is certainly circulating around our community. We've had so many businesses reach out and say, how can we be a part of this? And now that we have Aaron coming on, you're really going to start to see that excitement build and see some action come from that. He is truly going to be the driver. And so hopefully you'll see more of him and less of us. And he will start building that programming. As Mike stated, when people ask what's going to be out there, we can visit about what we're doing now, but we need industry to give us an insight to what their needs are for the next 10 to 15 years. We want to make sure that the curriculum is based on the most current needs of our community, not what has been taught before or what people are comfortable with. Out of respect for time, I just provided you guys, and I apologize, Karen, I'll make sure you get a copy of this. We have outlined some of our budget needs. So you can see at the beginning, renovations and equipment were well over that $10 million. And that's just an estimate. Construction and renovation won't be able to start until we have some of that cash flow coming in. So this is an essential part of getting some of those funding requests done now. After that, your funding will assist us in providing those assist us in those expenses with staffing and things like that. But this is a great rundown of kind of how our funding works, what our needs are over the next 5 years, and then how the state reimburses career and technical education. So with that, I'll entertain any questions, and if I can't answer them, I will make sure to get you answers to those questions.
I got a quick question for you. Sorry, maybe Mike would better suited to. So the reimbursement rates from the North Dakota CTE, in your presentation, they go down from 75 to 60 to 45. Is there what's the logic behind that, and does that create a challenge for your program?
From what I've heard, that's consistent across the state. New centers are funded at a higher reimbursement rate just to assist them in those early stages. But after that, that is that remains the same as at 40%. So it doesn't matter how long your CTE center has been in operations. That's what the reimbursement. I can tell you that is very, very helpful in stretching dollars. And in terms of that ever changing, that would be a legislative decision. But I believe the rate of return at that higher percentage is just to assist those education centers in their startup. But Aaron, I think having him on board, that's a great question that he may be able to take further.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Trustum, is the $10 million grant, will that be needing a local match or not?
It will, and it's been met. With the purchase of the property, the Halliburton property, because of its assessed value, we actually have met the match at that $6 million, which is really exciting. And I can tell you, we're well ahead of many other communities that will be applying for this grant because we already have a building. And so many of the career and technical education centers that are going to be submitting for this grant are going to be building their facilities. So it's great to know that we kind of have that leg up on some of these other projects.
So, and this might be a little bit premature question, but how soon before we can see any classes there?
Our hope is to have people out there next fall.
In 2022?
Yes. With Aaron coming on and now that our funding is starting to come in, and again, thank you so much for your initial contribution because that is why we have Aaron today. So we really appreciate your contribution there. Ideally, we want to make sure this is done right, and so we're going to make sure that the steps are taken to not rush the project, but to get it done in a way that people are satisfied.
Karen, this would be able to be qualified for the second round of COVID also.
Yes, it does qualify under the second round of COVID funding that the county received. We would just have to state that if you wanted to spread it out. I don't know if you were planning on starting the $500,000 payment next year over 3 years, or if you were starting it. You're talking about starting this year.
It's really at your discretion.
The $500,000 that you gave us will help us to the end of the fiscal year for the school district. Giving those dollars now just help with tremendously at the front end. So if you have the COVID dollars and you want to write a check, we'd take it.
No.
Mike, or
Any other
I'm
question?
sorry, my question would be, first of all, I'd like to say that this, in my opinion, is the best thing public schools has probably done in 40 years, maybe more. And so I support it 100%. My concern on the money request is over 3 years, and several of us, or at least one of us, will not be here for that period of time, and we've kind of always tried to avoid sticking the next commissioners with financial obligations. So I'm looking at Karen to see if there's a way that funds might be available for us to speed up our pledge of 1.5.
I will say, Sarah, that there is a lot of reporting to do with this second round of COVID funds. So I just need to know that from the academy, I can get any information as far as that goes, because they do expect like a breakdown of how the money
Absolutely.
is spent. As long as that's not an issue, I don't see why with our current situation, we couldn't do 500,000 this year out of that fund and then 1 million next year. And that would resolve any of future commissions coming in and the other ones going out with the approvals.
Absolutely, Ms. Richard. That's,
Well,
oh,
with that, I'd be happy to make a motion to commit Stark County to a 1.5 total contribution, and that be paid within a 2-year period. Thank you, that's it.
So do you want to recommend your amounts?
I said 1.5 over 2 years.
Just to clarify, that our entire ask is 2 million. You've already put in 500. So the 1.5 would be additional. I just.
Well,
wanna make sure-
that's what I thought I was doing.
Correct, okay.
My motion is to commit 1.5 new funds to the project, and that it be paid within a period of 2 years.
I guess I was just asking, just to clarify, 500 and 1 million or 750, 750, what?
I guess it doesn't matter as long as the total amount is paid within a period of.
Carla, maybe it would help if I cleaned up the motion a little bit. Is that okay?
Under discussion, Karen.
Yeah, it is.
I would say that we could get a recommendation, have Karen review the information that Sarah's gonna give, and then Karen could make a recommendation back to us. Even though Mike wants money today, he said he would wait a little while. So let's get what we're doing, this is a huge amount of money, and make sure that if we're doing it, it's in total compliance with the COVID policy. You know, I'm a little bit flexible on, I too do not want to obligate future commissions. So I just want to make it check all the boxes.
Neil, so I'm still waiting on the final, what they are going to recommend. It does fall within the current guidelines. I just want to make sure everything's final so that for some reason we don't have to give the money back afterwards. So my recommendation would be to, if you wanted to commit the 500,000 for this year, the additional 500,000 out of the 2022 COVID funds, to be paid by the last quarter of this year. And so that would give enough time to get the paperwork together. And then make the recommendation to do the other 1 million by, the fourth quarter of next year out of the 2023 COVID funds.
okay.
Or 2022, excuse me, so 2021 and 2022.
That sounded like my motion.
So how much COVID money are we looking at? Are we gonna be getting?
As of right now, we received half, which is a little over 3 million. And then next year, we receive the other half, probably around the same time frame, which is also a little over 3 million. So that's why, and then it is reported quarterly. So we kind of have to be within the quarters.
I'm 100%, 110% with this project. I guess the COVID money is there. Otherwise, if it was coming regular budget, I would have definitely struggle with spending that much money that quickly. That still sort of sits in my mind.
Well, and I think also on timing, I'm also all in on the additional 1.5, but I think timing is critical here. Not only for the CTE, but for us. There are other projects coming to us that we know about, and so I would like to support good projects, and if we can figure out timing to support good projects, then that's what I want to do. I don't necessarily want to put all 1.5 in the basket for 2022, and then other projects, well, we're going to listen to one here in a little bit. Other projects come forth, and then we don't have the ability to support them in a timely fashion. So
basically what I was
whatever
saying.
that is, I'm pretty flexible, so.
So did you state, Karen, that the first payment would be the end of this year, and then the next one, the end of next year?
Yes, so I would, just to clean up Ken's wording a little bit with the motion, I would just make the motion for the 2021 COVID funds to cover 500,000 by the end of the quarter this year, so the end of December. And then I would do the other 1 million out of the 2022 COVID funding when we get the disbursement next year for the other half.
Okay.
That's perfectly fine with me.
About the
My
second-
my point was always, let's commit to it and get it done in 2 years.
Yep, I agree. We gotta remember with this COVID money also that, I mean, we are saving the taxpayers a huge amount of money by not upping their property tax and using the COVID money for this school. So,
Mr. Chairman, do you need a second on this?
I thought you did.
Oh, okay, then
you
I'm
did.
good. Getting old.
Do you agree with his motion?
Yes, I
here?
do.
Okay,
Which one?
okay.
The 500 this year and the 1 million.
I'm joking.
Okay. Don't test my memory.
Okay. Any other discussion? And roll call vote, Commissioner Zander.
Aye.
Commissioner Messer.
Aye.
Commissioner Arthod.
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries.
Thank you so much, commissioners. We
Thank
appreciate
you
your
for all the work
support.
you two do and then your committee.
Also want to thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. I think we're gonna, a little past there, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. We'll be back 10 minutes.
Okay, we'll take care of it.
I didn't have the strength to play back.
Gentlemen,
Dad is sick today, so. Never had a 65-hour freedom account. What would we even be doing with a 65-hour freedom account?
I do not. I seem to think it was. See you guys.
Others thought I'd have available if anybody from the committee. What we got up today is the motion that you made at our meeting to approve that.
Yes, please. You did really good the first time. The screening the calls is nice.
Yeah, I'm like trying to hide from everybody, and I still needed to check my ears. I don't think we should either, not at all.
No, I'm okay.
I have a lot of issues with it, but that's what's wrong.
Yeah, she does, yeah, she knows I'm leaving
It's
Thursday.
gonna be 7 by the time.
Run back from trial on Monday, and you know, just.
And the other issue was that
My car has.
as a town resident, it seems that prevailing winds are challenged, right? So my thought was, if you're gonna do, whatever you're gonna do, if
No, I got it.
incentives going to Councilor from the post, for example, maybe it isn't part of the equation, but there should be a backed up because it enhances. So when we did it, then all of a sudden, I looked at it, everything that city says is not.
Yeah, that's wrong too.
If we could just, whatever it is, I'm not into it that way, so I want to micromanage.
I haven't seen any plans, I just, my input, come to us with input. It used to be the DDA, but all of a sudden it became a city project, the DDA is left out of it, and that's what bothers me the most. Are they gonna start construction before the DDA even has a chance to collect their money?
It's a done deal, we just have to say, how much we can spend and go.
That bothers me. When the governor came down and told Scott Decker that The location that they had picked out at that point was a bad location because you can hear the traffic and you can hear the train noise. That's when it all changed. And you know what? Is that part of the downtown experience is hearing the noises?
Exactly.
And all of a sudden it was a bad location, it all went away and it became a city project and no more input.
Well, not only that, it's in downtown. How do you revitalize that? Well, you have to, one of the things I stuck out in my mind is you have to slow down traffic, okay? And the governor was in support of that, you have to slow down traffic. Well, the DOT, first thing they do, they'll move the stop sign, the stop light on Boulevard, so that you can get traffic going faster. Well, let's slow it down, man.
Yeah.
So I was complaining, you know, so obviously I go home and all of a sudden I look at the east Boulevard project, and I see, I don't know if you've driven out there, whatever, and they are all, and they have. Yeah. He's gonna have to carry up. And so I'm going, okay, whatever. I talked to Troy about this.
Yep. Yeah, and you look at first, built as a family event, well, there's no more jumping castles, there's no face painting, there's no, there's nothing. You know, and I saw it called, but it's just basically a drug fest, is what it is. And so, that gives me a definite, and I shouldn't be the one complaining about it, but it's.
It's 90% done, so how's that? So someone could finish it for me.
About 10 minutes are up. Where's our other commission? Bring back to order. Next is on our agenda is the MDI 2019 and 2020 abatements. Natalie, go on there. Yes, 10 minutes. We're waiting on you.
We're not done yet?
No, not even close.
Chairman, members of the board, I'm Natalie Wandler, the Stark County Tax Director. You guys have this bright, colorful sheet in your thing. These are the abatements that we seen last February on the 2018, where they did not get that 35% reduction. We gave it to them for 2018, so now the property owner came back and filed an abatement for 19 and 20, wanting that 35% reduction on them 2 years also. The city approved it at their meeting last week, so it's just up to us whether we want to approve it or not. There is the 3 or 5 of them in the middle section there. Them are the ones that were on that pilot program, so they don't need a change. But the top 4, and then there's 2 in the middle, and then the top 5 or bottom 5 all need. And I know the city made a motion for each group, so if you guys want to do it that way, you can do it that way, or however you would like to do it.
Natalie, I don't know if either you or Joe, refresh my memory on the deed restrictions, why these qualify for that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Joe Hirschfeld, SS for City of Dickinson. Commissioner Messer, these properties have a deed restriction on them, USDA deed restriction. We did get a copy of that, so we have that in our file. They are limited. I don't have that information with me, but it's just shy of $3,000 of profit is all that they can take. So that limits and their market rents are limited, and that really limits what they can sell those properties for because they're not able to rent the units out at full market value. And I hope that answers the
So
question you had.
they did not challenge your original assessment based on value. The only challenge was based on the deed restriction, the qualified deed restriction of 35%, whatever it is.
Correct. Well, that the deed restriction would restrict, we're applying 35% is the amount of obsolescence we're putting on that value. I mean,
right.
We could have gone a different route and lower that value 35% another manner. We chose to put it on as obsolescence. If at some point that they pay USDA off and it's no longer underneath that program and they can remove that deed restriction, then it would be assessed back at full market value. So by having that on there, that also helps us when our abstracts to the state show that difference as well.
Okay. Well, and my point is they're not double dipping on this. They're not asking for a reduction in the assessed value and then on top of that asking for the 35% deed restriction.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions? Now, what do you want to proceed on this? You want to make a motion to cover all these, or want to do each separate? Or what is your wishes?
Can we do them all with one motion? Or do we need to do them separately?
I guess for purposes of keeping everything clear in case there ever is an appeal, I think that you should do them separately, just in case.
As the groups?
As groups.
Like MDL, okay. So if we start with the MDILP 76, there's 4 properties.
And I'd make the motion to accept the staff recommendations as related by the tax director.
Okay, I have a motion then for MDILP number 76 for 2019, 2020. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second. Any other discussion? Roll call vote then. Commissioner Zander.
Aye.
Commissioner Messer.
Aye.
Commissioner Arthod.
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. And we have for MDILP number 112 for 2019, 2020. Look for a motion on this and the 2 properties on the,
I'll make the same motion on staff recommendations for 2019, 2020 for the 2 that are up for changing.
I'll second.
a motion, a second. Roll call vote. Commissioner Zander.
Aye.
Commissioner Messer.
Aye.
Commissioner Arthod.
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. And then we have the last group there then for MDILP number 93 for 2019 and 2020. Look for a motion.
I'll make the same motion to accept the staff recommendations for 2019, 2020 as presented by our tax department.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Roll call vote. Commissioner Zander.
Aye.
Commissioner Messer.
Aye.
Commissioner Arthod.
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carried. Does that
Thank you,
take
guys.
care of everything? Okay, thank you. Next, move to the next item on the agenda is the Sanford Sports Complex Project Update. Mr. Kramer.
No.
Thank you. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is James Kramer, Director of Parks and Recreation. With me, Ty Orton with the DSU Heritage Foundation. We are here today to just give you an update on a project that we've been working on for quite a while. Get it on your radar. Want you to be thinking about it. No financial ask today. We will be back. But more so, we wanted to get you the information. As I said, Ty handed you out a full packet. There's a complete conceptual packet of pictures of what this facility will look like. But just a little little history. About 3 years ago, we started this project. The public school, the university, and the park district all were working on individual projects, different locations, different concepts. We got together and decided that we should come together and do a community project that will take care of the majority of the needs and pick one site. Well, that site ended up being on the campus of Dickinson State University. It's 26 acres site. As you guys are well aware, for 50 plus years, that the way that site looks now is the way it looked back then, other than a rodeo ground that disappeared. We think this project is going to really enhance, the visual aspect of that side of the community and be a great gateway to the campus of DSU. When you're looking at that site, again, 26 acres, we envision that coming in completely, putting in irrigation, getting grass growing, making it visually very appealing to that, again, that side of town. On the west side of the site, you'll see 2 regulation soccer fields. Soccer is an activity in Dickinson that's really taken off, not only at the youth level, but at the high school level as well. 2 regulation fields, some practice areas, some parking areas, and then a playground right in the middle. As you move over to the east side, this side is really the replacement of the North Complex. North Complex is over 50 years old, served its life well, but it's time to move on. This side is the 4 softball fields. One of them will be a stadium-type atmosphere for DHS and DSU competitive leagues. The other 3 are going to take care of our youth softball. Full concessions, bathrooms, and again, just a tremendous upgrade from what we're used to at the North Complex. Again, the entities that are going to be partnering in this would be the Dickinson Public School District, the Park District, as well as Dickinson State University. It is on DSU land. They will own it, and there is a request to the Park District right now that we operate, maintain, and handle all the scheduling of that facility, just like we do the North Complex. Some of the youth groups that will be involved, the youth soccer, youth football, as well as the youth softball program. So again, a lot of kids running around on this 26 acres. But we just feel this is a great project for the area. We think it's a quality of life project. Anytime Dickinson can retain people, attract people, it's good for Dickinson, it's good for Southwest North Dakota. So I will turn it over to Ty to talk a little bit about the fundraising side of this, and then we'll answer whatever questions you guys have.
Chairman, Commissioners, I'm Ty Orton, Executive Director of the DSU Heritage Foundation. Been there for almost 6 years now. This is a project that James has put a lot of time and effort in, but this whole community has too. This is a community effort. That's the greatest thing about this. We're not going to build 3 or 4 different softball fields. We all came together to make sure that the community received one unit. And that is the strength of this right now. We could have went out and we could have different fundraising. We could have had numerous entities raising dollars and building smaller fields. We all came together and built this project, or trying to build this project. DSU does not have a soccer program. We're not even discussing that yet. We're in need of one soccer field. President Easton could have simply said, we're not going to do that. We're just going to do the one area that we need. But he doesn't like the area out there as a blank canvas. That's where we started talking to everybody, bringing everybody in. And then President Easton said, we have $1.6 million we can use for matching dollars. That's where we want to get everybody else to be part of this fundraising project. All dollars are going through the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation usually charges a 5% fee. Our board has chose to charge a 1% fee with a ceiling on that. We're not trying to make money on this. We're not trying to take money away from this community project. We're trying to cover our expenses and move on.
So the 1% fee on what?
Any dollars that come through the foundation. And what that is that's simply to make sure that our audits are done correctly, make sure that the money is transferred the proper way, all of that. That's why we're doing that. It's not going to overhead for the foundation, simply making sure that the dollars are used in the proper way. So that's where the President Easton, who is with, I believe Sarah told you today, they're with Bismarck State, and he apologizes he couldn't be here. But this is a project that he really wants to see done. The Heritage Foundation will not be getting a loan on this. That is a concern that we have heard throughout the community. We're not going to be getting a loan on this. We're trying to raise the dollars in a short amount of time. We started raising dollars June 1st. We want to end by December 31st. DSU wants to place money into this and build everything that they can when we secure all the pledges. Currently, where we're at, this is a $7 million project. We have raised the $3.66 million of this project. 53% is completed. Now, out of that, we have another $4.1 million in asks out. Fundraising side, there's all those equations that you have to do. The great thing about this is people are coming to us because the community wants to see this project work. We have people that from all the schools that play softball, not just Dickinson High. All the communities in the county come to this area to play softball, to play soccer. That's why this is an important project for the entire community. And that's why our fundraising it's going really well right now. We're going quick, we're pushing hard, but we think it's an important project for all entities. Can I answer any questions?
Any questions?
Ty, follow up a little bit on Bernie's question. That 1%, are you, basically what you're saying is that's kind of an administrative expense?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. And then, the M&O, is that coming at the expense of Dickinson Park and Rec then, James?
So currently, yes, we budget for the O&M at the North Complex. This project is actually setting aside a portion of the funds as we raise it for major things like replacing turf, lights, things like that. The request to the park board will be next Monday, and if they approve that, we would take care of all the daily fixing irrigation, mowing, trimming, all that type of stuff.
And that, of course, would affect your operating budget at Park and Rec, would it not?
A little bit.
A little bit? Okay. And that's not something that is a really big concern then as far as your board and yourself go?
Not yet. I mean, we're getting into the details right now, and we'll present it Monday, but we have dollars accounted for the North Complex. That facility will not be used, so we can transfer some of that over there. But how we operate is in a bigger picture. All of our complexes and ballpark are in, not individual budgets, it's one. So whether our mowers are down south or somewhere else, it's not gonna be a real big burden on our individual budget, no.
And I'm just asking questions that come to mind that maybe others would like to ask but don't have an opportunity. But I would also say that you and your department, your staff, they do an incredible job.
Thank you.
So what's gonna happen to the North Complex?
It's a great question. Several things. It could be taken out of commission. It could be left as is, just for overflow. Or there has been some discussion, the Mustang Complex is not part of this master plan. They have outgrown their facility. As we work with the school district and they start developing their master plan and potential new high school, it could be a layout for a new Mustang Complex.
And so who owns the North Complex land?
The school district. And we have an agreement to operate.
And on the new location, is the college charging anything for using it?
No, they'll be the owner. We will have a land use agreement with them, just like we do now with the school district. Some of those individual rental things we haven't worked out, but no, the intent, it has not been discussed to individually charge all those user groups.
What's your timing on starting, breaking ground and all that good stuff?
So our
Start
next
completion?
Our next meeting today is with the architects to complete the conceptual design. We would then have to go into the design development and then the construction documents. Best case scenario, it is a spring break ground. There's not a lot of vertical construction, so it's gonna go pretty quick. It potentially could be completed by the end of next year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? If not, thanks.
Okay,
Thanks for
thank you,
your
appreciate your
presentation.
time.
Thank you.
Your goal, of course, is to use local contractors for everything that you can.
As you know, it'll be a competitive bid because it will reach that limit. But in any case, yes, we prefer to do business with local people that are paying local taxes to you and to us. But it is a competitive bid.
I understand. But, you know, it's great to hear that you would say our focus would be
absolutely
on locals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, Mr. Joseph, then we'll go into the CUP for the renewal for a water depot. It's a Letang water depot.
Good morning, Commissioners. Steve Josephson, County Planner. We received a request for a renewal of a water depot conditional use permit that was originally approved by the County Commission in 2011. At the time that it was approved, it was limited to five years. The applicant, the owners have came back in 2016 and requested an extension for 5 more years. That 5-year period is done, and they have come back for another 5-year extension. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Joseph?
Do you have a recommendation?
Oh, approval.
Pardon me?
Approval of the extension.
No, it's just a renewal then. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the extension for the conditional use permit application.
I'll second.
Okay, you have a motion and a second.
Discussion,
Yes.
please. Why doesn't this come in front of planning and zoning so we can make sure that the CUP is all up to date and done correctly again?
The code as it's written has an option that these renewals can go straight to the county commission for approval.
It's a conditional use that was originally put on the plan, the use. Okay, any other discussion?
So that can be something that can be changed, I mean, because it's like it's been since 2011. So, I mean, I guess I would recommend that this runs through planning and zoning in the future.
Or the other thing could be is that it can be an option depending upon the conditional use permit.
Any other discussion or not? Roll call vote then. Commissioner Zander?
Aye.
Commissioner Messer?
Aye.
Commissioner Harthod?
No.
Commissioner Marsh?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next then, you can go next into the, planning and zoning. We had a developmental moratoria, the ordinance amendment. Steve, Mr. Joseph, you want to talk about that?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Steve Josephson, County Planner. You have before you a proposed zoning ordinance amendment that would, this was per the direction of the County Commission, was to create some language in the zoning ordinance that would set a process for, for the adoption of development moratorium. What you have before you is the copy of, as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission at last week's meeting. Just to let you know, we did receive some comments, and I received a phone call from Commissioner Larson, and I believe it looks like Commissioner Messer had some sort of correspondence. I'm guessing that's the Neil. Yes, had some correspondence about this. Commissioner Larson's concern was that if the county commission is the one that initiates if the county commission is the one that initiates the request for a development moratorium, that the public hearing should be held in front of the county commission and not in front of the planning and zoning committee. Okay, can you go ahead and elucidate, because that was my understanding, having.
That's not my understanding of the
Yeah.
comments.
Yeah,
So
that
go ahead
was,
and
that
finish.
was my understanding.
Okay, go ahead and finish, and then I'll make
Yeah,
mine out.
that if the planning, and if the county commission had directed staff to, had asked for the development of a written moratorium, development moratorium, that instead of it going to the Planning and Zoning Commission for public hearing, that it would go to the county commission for public hearing.
Okay, no,
That was my understanding, talking to Sue Larson.
Okay, no, the
What was
comment I
your-
made, and I think Sue would be in agreement, is that if there is a rehearing, so if P and Z does something, makes a recommendation to the commission, full commission, and the full commission decides to tweak it in some fashion, that the next public hearing would be in front of the commission for the tweak. Okay. Or I think the way it's currently read, that it would be sent back to P and Z. I don't have a big heartburn either way, but Sue's comment was if the P and Z made their recommendation and finalized their recommendation, comes to the full commission, and the commission wants to tweak it, and that there has to be another public hearing, then the commission should have that public hearing.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I'm pretty flexible on that. I'm not.
Okay. Yeah, that wasn't quite what I understood,
Explain it to me also.
Okay.
So the other question I have, are we open, are you?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I've got that, and I think the way it's written in here would allow the county commission to go ahead and send it back.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I want.
the way it's
I want
written
some
is-
flexibility
yeah.
in who does the hearing, so.
Yeah.
So the question I have is, one of the changes that was adopted at the P and Z meeting was under notice requirements. And the notice requirement space was 200 feet in the proposed ordinance, and it was changed to go to 4 miles, right? So I think there's a distinction when you have a geographical moratorium, no hazardous waste facilities within 2 miles of Dickinson. That notice is one thing. And if it is a full county moratorium, for whatever reason, whatever topic, that it would be the full county plus 4 miles in every direction of the county to all property owners. My comment was, it's not that I'm so much opposed to it, I just want to make sure that the county understands the cost behind that, because if you send everyone a certified letter that there's a notice of requirement, there's probably, there's over 21, Natalie left now, I think there's like 21,000 parcels in the county. I think there's like 12,000 in city limits and 9,000 out in the county. And then we're going to expand that by 4 miles in 5 different counties that surround us. So we could probably be up 25,000. The last certified letter I mailed was $6.95. So you round that to 7. So the notice requirements only on a moratorium, cost-wise, would be $150,000. So, and that's fine if that's what we want to do. I just want to make sure everybody understands that there is a significant cost to notification. Because I can't remember the individual who made the comment, said notification is weak, whether it's on the website, through the press, or whatever. I would agree with that. But there is a cost to doing formal notification, so.
Commissioner Messer, and how do you read that it wouldn't be from the refinery and it would go to the counties?
So, no, on the last sentence, it says the cost of service shall be borne by the Stark County. I'm not talking wind here, I'm talking any moratorium that you would elect. So if we elect no hazardous materials deposited in Stark County, and we're gonna make a full county moratorium in that regard, we notify every parcel owner in the county, plus every parcel owner within 4 miles of our county lines. And it's very expensive. So, whether we adopt this or not, I would like to see a little more way of doing it. And I'm not in favor of normal postal service. Anybody who's had an experience with the U.S. Postal Service knows that that's not a reasonable way to get this handled. So, so I just saying out there, if we adopt, a moratorium in any regard, I don't care if it's wind or anything else, we're going to spend $150,000 or $160,000 to do this just on notification. So that was my comment wherever Steve is. So that.
That wasn't the way that I read it. There was a part in here that said, say, for example, in Leffer, there were some issues there, like possibly you know, possibly wastewater issues or whatever that made issuing more development permits in Leffer problematic. Okay, then the idea was that the county could say, we're gonna impose a moratorium, but only within this geographic area. So the way it was written was that anyone who lived in that area would receive a notice, and anyone who lived who had property within 200 feet of Leffer would receive a notice, and that was changed at the P and Z meeting to 4 miles. So it would be that everyone within 4 miles of Leffer, if you drew a geographic area, it would be everyone within 4 miles would receive a written notice.
I understand that. There's two types of moratoriums we're talking about. We're talking geographic specific, and we're talking countywide moratoriums.
Yeah, the countywide doesn't address that. If you see that, the countywide just has, it just talks about at the least placing it in the official newspaper, but the county does more than that. It gets posted on the website and so on.
You're misinterpreting my comment. My comment is, I'm all for notification. My comment, I just want to make sure people understand that notification has an expense to it, okay? And I do think, and well, Sandy's here, she could address the comment or the motion she made. Your intent was, irregardless, geographical or countywide, that there was a 4 mile buffer on that, or not.
No, that's not correct. If you look at, if I may.
Could you step up to the podium?
Sandra Kuntz, the motion made with respect to the draft in front of you says specifically in cases where a proposed development moratorium would be applicable to only a specified geographic area. That is the only area that the 4 mile provision was incorporated. I think if you're dealing with a countywide moratorium, you can have a different notice process just in light of the expenditure piece. So if you're going to, and maybe you want to clarify that, saying in the event of a countywide moratorium, mailing to all of the residents will occur, first-class mailing. That way you have the ability to control that notice piece in addition to the publication or other items that you may want to do. That's certainly a cost factor the county needs to weave in, but the motion as crafted is as to specified geographic areas, and 4 miles from that geographic area.
Got it, okay.
Okay.
I appreciate that. So yeah, I think then we should discuss notification on a countywide moratorium of any kind, whatever that is.
I think that would be appropriate to clarify.
Okay.
Thank you.
And with that, when this motion was made, it was made with the fact that there would be revisions or amendments made to this motion. With
And
that,
I like that you spelled out, when you use the word commission, you specified county commission. So I think that's an improvement to what was there, so.
I guess with this moratorium, I'd make a motion to approve it, since it was on the zoning board recommendation to adopt the developments of the moratorium process, where we can look at any amendments that need to be made.
Okay, that's your motion then. I need a second then on that.
I'll second it.
A second. Any other discussion?
So do we have clarification that if it goes the way that Commissioner Larson asked, where it starts at P and Z, comes to the commission, and then it gets returned for discussion, does this, as it's worded, allow for the flexibility? It could go to either P and Z or to the county commission.
Commissioner Messer, if that's a concern, I would say that the ordinance should be amended to specifically say that.
Obviously, the more clear the ordinance is and spelled out, then there's not any question.
Okay. Would you be open to allowing for that clarification on the motion?
Yes, for it to go back to P and Z.
Or the commission, whichever, either
And
way,
then-
not just specify one or the other. Let's allow a consensus of either. That's where
Yes,
I'm
it can go back to the P and Z and then come back again to the commission.
That's not what he's saying.
Yeah,
I'm saying the
Either or.
commission could send it to either. Say, so Commissioner Larson's concern is that if it starts at P and Z, they adopt it, comes to the county, full county commission, and they don't like it, they tweak it, you have to have another public hearing, if I'm correct. And what Commissioner Larson is saying is if the county commission tweaked it, then maybe the next public hearing should be at the county commission rather than back to P and Z. I would like to see it be either or at the discretion of the full county commission.
So you can say something like, if it's tabled or whatever, if the county commission tables it,
Well, I
makes
don't wanna be
changes and
specific
tables
to
it, or do you
tabling.
want,
I
I just want to get the process, so
I think we can work out the language.
We
if
can
have
work out the
intent
language.
Of what you want, what
we can work
But
out
I
the
agree that it
language.
should be either or.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, the county commission shall specify whether it goes to the planning, back to planning and zoning commission for a public hearing, or will be heard at a public hearing by the county commission. We'll work on that.
Well, I think the guidelines of the planning and zoning would be that the commission would put, I mean, that's the job of planning and zoning. If it has to go to planning and zoning again to do another public hearing, then it comes back to the commission.
So why would we not just table it and send it back to P and Z then? Is that what Commissioner I thought is suggesting?
No, I'm suggesting we adopt this and then it goes back to P and Z. I mean, because the P and Z already made the motion to adopt this moratorium with all the revisions that were on here, and it would pass. So I'm saying we adopt this and then it will go back to P and Z.
Well, I guess maybe I'm confused, but I got the impression that some P and Z members felt that it needed to be tweaked. Is that what we're trying to do now, tweak it?
Well, I think we're trying to combine a moratorium and moratorium language. And so I'm trying to work on the moratorium language right now. And the moratorium language, the moratorium was presented to P and Z. You made some modification recommendations to us, and we're potentially tweaking it again. I'm not saying taking this document today, if we tweak it, whether we take 4 miles to 2 miles as an example, I'm not saying we send that back to P and Z. What I'm saying is if P and Z does a action regarding a moratorium, any kind of moratorium, and they make a recommendation to the full commission may want to refer it back. They may accept it. They can do it. The concern that Commissioner Larson has, and I agree it to a certain point, is if the commission tweaks a moratorium, where does it go to? Is the commission the final say, or does the commission have the ability to send it back to P&Z for additional input? That's where I'm at.
It's either or.
I think it should be either or, because it could be something very simple, and we don't need to send it back. But if it's complicated and over, pretty broad-based, then I think P&Z takes another whack at it.
And Mr. Josephson can correct me if I'm wrong, but at this stage, with this in front of you, I think you guys have 3 options. I think you can approve it as is, you can approve it with amendments, or you can essentially remand it back to planning and zoning and tell them to, work on it and amend it and send it back up again for the full commission approval. That, my understanding of the Stark County ordinance gives you those 3 options when you're looking at adopting or amending an ordinance.
Well, I don't know that we need to send it back. I would just assume if we could
You are
adopt the either or
correct
option.
I'm sorry for interrupting. If you are correct, your current ordinance gives you those options. If you want to clarify the process, which is what your ordinance here is doing for all moratoriums, the concern, I think, with if you have a strict it has to go back is you might be short on time. And so if you keep the discretion of the council to send it back to planning or zoning, or simply put it under old business for the following meeting, you have the ability to shorten that timeline between those meetings, or even call a special meeting to address that. So for moratoriums, I think that's certainly appropriate to leave that discretion to the full commission in order to address urgent scenarios. Thank you.
So in your opinion, Sandy, does the ordinance say that right now?
No, I think
Okay.
you should add that clarity in here that the full commission, county commission, reserves the discretion to send back to P&Z or to retain the public hearing for the following meeting.
I agree. So if we can pass the motion, I think the state's attorney knows what we
this-
want. we can get it handled.
So we would be passing
Commissioner-
it with amendments.
Yeah, Commissioner
Make
Messer.
that one small.
I think the portion you're looking at is if you go on to page 3, and it's right above exceptions, it says, upon receipt of the recommendation of Planning and Zoning Commission, the county commission shall approve, deny, approve with modification the development moratorium, or remand it to the Planning and Zoning Commission for further consideration. So I think that's where you want to make the change.
I guess my question is, does that, everybody knows what we're trying to accomplish here.
That
But
does-
does that
that-
wording accomplish what we're trying to do, or do we need to amend it? That's,
think it can be cleaned up a little bit. I mean, I think that the overall idea is there, but I think just to
Okay.
clarify it, it can be cleaned up a little bit.
okay.
We can
So I
put
think
in
my
there-
original motion to approve the zoning board's recommendation to adopt the development moratorium process ordinance with amendments.
Right.
Clears it up.
Okay.
Yeah,
If
I would agree.
I'm fine with it.
The other amendment I would suggest would be to make a distinction between, a geographical area and a whole county.
On notification.
Yep.
Well, I think we should
Yeah,
have some further
definition.
discussion on that. There's nothing that, I would want to hear what the thing is. I guess my point is, I struggle spending
Yeah,
$100,000.
because I don't want to pass it as it is without having some distinction in it.
Yeah, okay.
Any other discussion? Okay, we'll move forward then for the vote, then on roll call vote. Commissioner Arzad,
Aye.
I believe Commissioner Mester, you seconded, right?
I did.
Okay,
I did.
or Marsh? Okay, okay.
Taking your glory.
Got a long ways, I forgot who seconded, okay. Commissioner Marsh,
I seconded it, but this is going to be with the amendments made, right?
right.
Okay. I say aye.
And Commissioner Zander,
Aye.
Commissioner Messer,
Aye.
chair votes aye, motion carries. Okay, and also the night in the planning and zoning, there was a committee, it was formed on there with 4 planning and zoning commissioners and 7 people from the public that are to come forward to be on that committee to work on this moratorium development.
On wind.
The wind farm part, energy part of it, I'm sorry. Yeah,
See the wording on here.
okay.
Well, then, and then do we need a, second motion with the petitions that everybody brought forward to you?
Or is what?
A motion to approve the development moratorium prohibiting any further wind turbines in Stark County until we revisit all these petitions? So it gives the county commission time to investigate and consider the citizens' petitions received by Commissioner Franchuk at the zoning meeting on July 29th.
Not sure the proper procedure on this, but the petitions were handed to me. There was like over 500 petition signatures here and there, but we move forward with that. I guess it goes to the next, we had scheduled the application for the September 2nd, so the application was accepted and we're having a public hearing then. And
I
these,
may have didn't hear what you all said, but I think we acknowledge receipt of the petitions and, but the petitions are asking for an immediate, so probably, I don't know if we can,
I believe the petitions are specific to the project that's being contemplated with the conditional use permit that's been submitted. And this moratorium, I mean, this is just gonna have to continue to go through the process. I mean, it's been submitted, there's a process in place. Planning and zoning is gonna have to listen to it and make a recommendation up to the commission. The commission will have to approve and deny it. That's the policy in place, that's the procedure in place, that's what it's gonna have to go through. The second portion of that then is at the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, they had discussed looking at the the setbacks in the zoning ordinance, and that's a whole separate subject from the conditional use permit that is being contemplated right now.
So Ms. Ingolstead, how are we gonna, move forward on, in September for that conditional use permit when they are not in compliance with the original conditional use permit?
Well, you're gonna bring that up and talk to them about it and question them about it and make your decision based on all of the information and the evidence that you have. I mean, that's the process, that's how it goes. There's all of this, the reasons for these public hearings and the conditional use permit and all of the comments and, you know, the KLJ study and all of that is to give all of you the best knowledge you have going forward to decide whether this is an appropriate project for Stark County to approve. And it might not be based on, you know, what you find, if you find that they aren't in compliance with previous conditional use permits. But those are all things that need to be flushed out at those public hearings or through research or through the studies that are continuing to go on at this point.
When
That's why
I think-
that's why we have the process in place.
I think that's why we denied the $1,200, you know, with that study, because their original conditional use permit has been expired. They don't have an original, I mean, the original conditional use permit is for the processing and refining of hydrocarbons derived from crude oil.
Well, I think that's maybe your take on it. I'm not saying, I don't know, I haven't looked at it. There might be a different take on it, but that's why you get all of the research and you look at it and you take a look at it as a whole. And my understanding with the $1,200 study was not to deny it, it was to make sure that KLJ was paying for it. Like, maybe you can
Yeah, or
clarify that,
Marathon.
but, or Marathon, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we weren't, no, there was no denying. It was just who was gonna pay for it.
Okay.
Well, I think to address the issue, and again, we're kind of off topic here, but to address the issue of conditional use permits, whether they were, the Marathon facility is in compliance or not, there has to be some research and find out if they are or not, and it needs to be brought back to us or whoever who is in the position of authority to address that, and then we can deal with it once we know whether or not they're in compliance.
Correct, and that's all things that can be addressed at the public hearing on September 2nd. If it's an issue and you don't feel like you have enough information, that conditional use permit can be, you know, not approved, it can be approved, it can be suspended. I don't believe there's anything within the zoning ordinance that says you have to make an immediate decision. That's all information that is going to be incredibly important to your guys' decision.
Address the commission.
Go ahead.
As a member of the planning and zoning, I guess my impression is there needs to be a better process for each item that is pending before the county commission. So you have what I understand, a CUP request for a wind facility. That's scheduled for September, okay? Since then, there have been complaints received from the public in that community forum that the current CUP is not in compliance. That's its own separate issue that now should be present before the commission and should be fully investigated. So I think this commission has the authority to direct the combination of the state's attorney, the planning and zoning administrator, or excuse me, yeah, the zoning administrator, and whoever else you want to conduct an investigation so you have that information. But it's not tied to the wind farm CUP. Okay, so we need to keep these items in its own category so you have proper process for each one. Now you have a separate petition that I understand, and I just asked before your meeting to actually see what those petitions say. Those stand on their own. Just like you have a CUP application by an entity to come forward and put this in, you have a group of citizens, as I understand, coming forward to you saying, we want something from this commission. It stands on its own. It's not bootstrapped to the other ones. So, and I'm not here to advise you, but on behalf of planning and zoning, we too need direction and to make sure that both processes are happening appropriately in each of those particular areas. When we address it as planning and zoning, my comments to our board are going to be to handle them individually. And they need to be done so here as well. So I appreciate you taking my comments.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the county commission advise or instruct the state's attorney and the zoning director, development director to review and confirm that any and all permits, CUPs, whatever that are assigned to that or attached to that facility, take a look at them, see if they are in compliance or not in compliance, and identify them as such. I guess I'm probably clouding up the motion a little bit, but let's get somebody taking a look at this.
Okay, we have a motion second. Other discussion?
I just think I'd like to add on there that also that everything is done with the correct from industrial, commercial, ag, that everything else is included in your motion.
Okay, zoning, as far as zoning compliance as well, is fine.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? Roll call vote. Commissioner Messer.
Aye.
Commissioner Zander.
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh.
Aye.
Commissioner Harthod.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carried. Okay, next we'll recess for park board.
So then, what are we gonna do with the petition?
I think they need to be addressed some more than just putting them into a.
I mean, there's over 500 I mean,
This petition, according to reads that, unless you're reading it something different, it says Stark Commissioners deny the special use permit. So that's what we're discussing on September 2nd. So that'd be brought up in that meeting then. All right, and we're brought in with the hearing.
Again, I agree, the comment made, we can't circumvent the process, and if you would act on this today, then we're kind of circumventing the process. So let's
Right.
let the process work. We can acknowledge that we have whatever number, it'll probably be more by the time the next commission of people who have signed the petition, so
That'll definitely be something that'll enter into the zoning commission's recommendation and into the county commission's final decision.
And I don't know if you have a representative on behalf of that group, but perhaps you want to have it as its own agenda item in case they need to clarify the nature of what they're asking of your commission. Thank you.
something tells me that more than one of them will be here.
Yeah.
Maybe all of them.
Okay. I'll go into park board then, recess for park board. He's calling in on the phone.
Ernie's heading it up.
No. We're gonna switch spots here. Yes. Okay. All right, Randy is not here, so I will take over the park board meeting for him. This is Bernie Marsh. So we'll get started right away with, do we have to do a roll call or anything like that? I don't think I do we?
You know,
Randy's the only one that's not here, and Jason's not here.
Jason's not here. Randy's on the phone.
All right, regular, do we need to ratify the agenda at all? If not, then I will ask for a motion to accept the agenda.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, minutes of the last meeting, if you've had a chance to look at them. If you have, I would move to approve it. Anybody?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. All right, we'll ask Lisa Heiser to give a report.
Just a brief report here. I know our time is a little bit short here. We did the Rough Rider Days
events over since our last meeting. We didn't have a July meeting, and those went really well. They were very, very well attended. We had several things that we identified as items that we can change, so looking forward to next year and working together with them. Our NDRA rodeo, our fair board put on their first NDRA rodeo as a team, and they all came together really well, and we got a couple new members out of that, so add additions to that fair board. We did the monster truck, there was a scheduling conflict, so they actually went out to the Speedway and had a really good show out there, and it was very well attended there as well. Coming up, we have our kids fair. That's August 14th at the fairgrounds, and that's free for everybody. So it doesn't matter what age kids you have, but we're doing a school drive, school supply drive there as well, and giving away a couple of iPads, so that's free to everybody. Really, that's it. We're starting to book into 2021 and have lots to go with new events again for 2022. Any questions? Comments? Okay,
We've been doing a great job. We've been busy.
thank you.
Okay, moving to old business, there is none. New business, fairgrounds tractor.
Yeah, the fairgrounds tractor, I added this because we've noticed that with the new groomer and the size of the tractor, we have a 75 horse tractor right now. It's not doing the job that it needs to be doing for us. And so we're looking at doing a larger tractor, and I'll let Al kind of speak to that because he's the one that, him and his crew that do a lot of the tractor stuff at the ground. Al, if you want to take that.
Like Lisa alluded to, that's the 75 horse. We got quotes on a couple larger tractors. One's 135 horse and one's a 117. That new groomer we got, it's got a pretty aggressive ripper on it, and the tractor really struggles. It's going to be hard on the clutch after a while. So anyway, we've got a couple quotes. One from Case IH for the 117 horse, and the trade amount was 44.4, and the John Deere 135 horse was 44.5. It's really a close price difference between the two of them. John Deere's a little heavier horsepower. The John Deere's got a little more warranty. One thing about the Deere, we could use that to pull the big mower, where I think this other tractor would struggle a little bit. So there's a little over 500 hours on that tractor right now. I'm sure I put about 95% of them on, so I pretty much know how that tractor can handle the ground. One thing nice about this new groomer, we don't have to bring a motor grader to rip the ground anymore. This new groomer has the capacity of ripping the ground. That little tractor, we put it in the ground and it falls right on its face. It just don't have the power. So I don't think it's pretty good price. The Case is a 21 model and the John Deere's a 20 model. The John Deere's got 50 hours and I think the Case has probably got 20. So kind of a tough decision. The John Deere's got a little better warranty, 2 more year extra warranty on the powertrain. So if I was to make a recommendation, I would recommend the John Deere. Thank you.
Right, we have a recommendation from Mr. Heiser. We have to.
I think, I don't know if I need to make this an emotion, but I just think I'd leave that recommendation up to you, Al. You kind of know the tractors, you know how they work the ground, you know the ripper of the arena.
And you have the funds, correct?
We do, yes.
I'd make a motion to make that trade or purchase with the John Deere.
Okay, we have a first by Commissioner Zander. Do we have a second?
I'll second that,
We have a
unless,
second.
Al, you have different issues.
I agree. I actually demoed them both, so I kind of know what the tractors are.
Okay,
So, thank you.
Do we have to have a roll call vote or we can just do
roll
it?
call, probably.
Okay. Roll call vote, Commissioner Zander. Aye. Commissioner Arthod.
Aye.
Who else? Commissioner Messer.
Aye.
And, who else is left on here? Myself?
Dean and Randy.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
I vote aye.
It's not so easy, is it?
You know, Commissioner Dean Frantic
Aye.
and Commissioner Schwartz.
Aye.
Okay, and chair votes aye. So that's done.
Okay, thank you.
Motorsports Park.
So in front of you, at the Motorsports Park, if you recall, we've purchased the 10 acres from the Shannon Dennis property, and we did that. Originally, the Dorshaks were not wanting to sell the property on to the west, and it's 1.22 acres. And now they've considered that they would sell that. And I've gotten bids, quotes on moving the fence to put it as off their property. And the quotes are 14,300.
How much?
14,300. That's to take the current fence down just on the west and then move it and put it back up to that little bit of slice of pie right there onto the west side of that survey plat that you have in front of you. And so now they're considering selling it, so it would cost us 12,200, paying them at the same rate that we paid Shannon Dennis at $10,000 an acre, at that 1.22 acres. And so I'm asking that we don't waste the funds and we purchase that property so that we can leave it the way it is. We don't have to affect the trees that are already growing out there or cut into the parking lot, the existing parking.
And the price of the land is less than the price of moving the fence?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I think the shock was about moving the fence, but that fence is a guardrail fence, so
Oh.
it's not just a barbed wire fence, it's guardrail that's in the ground probably 4 feet, so.
Okay, so that's your recommendation. I guess I'd look for somebody to make a motion on that.
I'll make a motion on that to purchase the land from Dorshaks.
We have a first by Commissioner Arthod. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second by Commissioner Messer. This I suppose we'd have to have a roll call vote on again. Commissioner Arthod?
Aye.
Commissioner Messer?
Aye.
Commissioner Franchuk?
Aye.
Commissioner Zander?
Aye.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It's passed. Okay,
Thank you.
all right, now we have Alicia Fedek with her Wild Rides Rodeo. Ms. Fedek, you can step up to the podium. Thank you.
How much are we paying for this one?
Oh,
Sorry.
Commissioners, thank you for hearing me today. This year will be the third year that I'm producing a PRCA rodeo in Dickinson, North Dakota. And I want to start off by saying thank you for the funding last year. It was pretty amazing to offer a rodeo here during the pandemic and COVID, and it really meant a lot. So this year, in front of you, you'll see the estimates of the costs. There's a lot more I'd love to do at this rodeo, but it's a building process, and each year I want to add new things, but I need the funding for this first. So I'm asking for, I don't know what the budget is this year. I know the Rough Rider Days rodeo occurred, so the funds that I received last year, those were allocated there. But the rodeo is going to be September 18th. And it's on a Saturday. I did do the research. There's no hometown football game that day. We ran into that the very first year. So.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Fedek?
How are you doing with sponsors this year?
This, I am just starting the fundraising process as of August 1st. I wait just out of respect for the Rough Rider Days rodeo. And then I produce the 2 rodeos in Killdeer too. I wait till August to start everything. So,
And when this is,
August or September 18th.
okay.
6 weeks.
I guess I would like to see what kind of, this year I'd like to kind of see what kind of funds then sponsors you bring in, so we kind of have a better idea on the budget, on what we would need to give. And that
Okay.
would give us enough time, with it being on September 18th, for you to come to the September meeting.
Okay, yeah, I have,
As my opinion on the board.
yeah, I can print off the checking account. I opened up a special checking account just for this rodeo.
Okay.
Because I don't have a nonprofit set up, so everything's right there. every dollar's allocated.
So, I mean, you haven't went to any sponsors yet? You're still
I
gonna-
have, I have all the ones from last year. I had a couple outside, like Charbonneau Car Center sponsored some. And I have all those contacts made, so now I'm going and visiting and just starting that whole process.
Okay.
But yeah, the accounting is an open book, because the only money that I make at these rodeos is the gates for my bucking horses. I don't take anything off the top or a cushion.
Any other questions from?
Any questions, Randy?
Well, I guess, are we gonna table any action? Is that what Carla was alluding to? Are we gonna table any action today until we see that budget?
Yes, that's what I was alluding to, Randy, just to see what the sponsors, and that way we would get a better idea of where we'd be sitting.
Well, I would like to address Alicia. You know, we gave you the opportunity of a lifetime last year, and I believe that your concept is good, but I think your execution was really lacking. There was no advertising in Dickinson about this rodeo, and therefore you drew no crowd. And I'm going to have a hard time supporting anything that draws 120 people when we spent the kind of money we spent on it last year. And there wasn't one poster in Dickinson, and there wasn't any advertising on the radio that I heard. I looked for it. I looked for it and I looked for it. And nobody's going to come to this rodeo if they don't know about it. And you're going to have to do better to get my support, I guess. And we'll see what you bring to the meeting next week, or next month, excuse me.
Do you also get gate money, Alicia? Do you take the gate money with the people that are coming in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many people came last year, you said?
Just under 400. It was low. I did do 2 weeks of TV advertising commercials before and after the 5 o'clock news. I did do newspaper ads. I did do flyers. You know, again, last year, I'm not trying to look for an excuse. There were a lot of challenges last year. I mean, we had more attendees the very first year of the rodeo. I did call today on billboards, the digital billboards between Kildare and Dickinson. And that's something that's not on this budget because, you know, I need the core stuff done before I can spend $20,000 on advertising. I mean, they go hand in hand, though I do understand that.
Yeah.
I think I could have had a better social media presence last year.
Yes.
Because social media was not, I could have done a lot better there for sure.
Because I didn't see much on social media. That's your big hit, and that's kind of your free hit.
Yes, exactly. And I'm waiting for all the posters. Justin Sports Medicine sponsors my posters, so I'm waiting for those to arrive. Those were ordered in March. But as soon as those arrive, those will be, you know, blasted everywhere.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Yes.
Lisa, what was the attendance that we got, the gate that we collected? You know, the gate was supposed to go to us. I thought it was only 120 people.
That is correct. It was 120.
So there were 400 people in attendance.
I stand, okay, but there were like people coming in with contestants, things like that. Like we keep track of all that. But yes, the gate money did go to the
fair board.
To the fair board.
Yep.
I was mistaken there.
Okay. Because you don't charge the contestants for coming in?
No, they all have a pro card and then a companion card.
Okay. Okay, well, I guess I make a motion that we table this for any money to be given out until the September meeting.
You have a second? What was the motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor of tabling this until the September 7th meeting signify by saying aye.
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 All right.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
And I guess the only other thing is to set our date for next meeting, September 7th. Meeting's adjourned.
Nice.
Good job, Bernie.
Thanks, Randy.
Sorry, Dean, about missing you that one time.
That's right.
At least you didn't call him different names.
Different name,
Okay.
yep.
Next, then we go to the, go down to discussion items. First of all, we had, for the Northwest Association of Counties, we need to elect a delegate for that, to do the voting for our county.
Who's the current delegate?
Kay was,
I would move to appoint Karen to that position.
Well, oops, is it typical, I didn't hear who it was?
it can be anybody from the county that attends the conference.
Okay. Well, I think it would be appropriate to either be the chairman or whatever. Are you going, Dean?
Yes.
Okay.
It's, it's up to you who you want to appoint to, I guess. I realize that you
Okay,
appointed
I'll
daughter, but
withdraw my motion. I appoint Dean.
I second.
Does it make you feel better now?
No, I just, learning, constant state of learning.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Do I have any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Me? No.
What, if we wanna go, do we have to make,
You have to register, get online, they can register right online, you register it. If you do it before September 10th, it's $20 cheaper, so make sure you do it before the 10th of September.
I already reserved everybody's hotel rooms.
at which hotel?
Is it the Ramada?
Radisson.
The Radisson, the one that's downtown. You would just need to do your actual registration on the NDACO website part.
And where the meetings are at, the Radisson then, or? Ramada?
They're at the Civic Center, but there's the meetings on Sunday are at the Radisson, the first meetings on Sunday, and then the rest of the conferences at the Civic Center.
Just go to this website here?
The website and register yourself, yes. And then you can bill the conference fees to the county on that.
If there is confusion and you would like me to register you, I can do that too.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion on that? Not, let's move on to the outstanding checks then. That'd be for the auditor, right?
Yeah, I got it. Okay, we have a total of 5 outstanding checks that need to be canceled. They're over 1 year old. The total comes to $80.22. So I would just need a motion to cancel these checks from September 2019 and they go till May 2020 in the total of $80.22.
So move.
Motion to cancel the checks, do I have a second?
Do we have to put that in unclaimed or send it to the state for the unclaimed property or no? If the answer is no, I'll second it, but if we have to send it to unclaimed, then we should follow that protocol.
I will look into that, Neil.
Okay.
I would think you have to send it to
Yeah,
unclaimed.
so I'll second. First option is unclaimed property and the second option is to cancel the checks.
I guess this is the procedure we've done in the past, and I've been at wherever we cancel the checks, but,
Okay.
Yep.
okay, a motion and a second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Then you had, Karen, you had agenda structure you wanted to talk about?
Yes, so currently our agenda is on a time slot schedule, and it was brought to my attention that most agendas do not have discussion items that you make motions on. This is kind of more information process. Starting next agenda, I will be changing it where there will not be actual times on there. It'll be the structure of the city agenda. And I will just, you will still be able to, I will just have to basically put the discussion items in between, which is kind of how we do it anyways. They'll just be listed on there and there just won't be specific time slots. We just want to be in compliance with Century Code. And with them not wanting us to make motions on discussion items, I would rather just fix that.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, any other discussion on that? Not, we'll move down to consolidated phone upgrade for the law enforcement center.
Okay, I went to the LEC building meeting that we had and I spoke to Connie. And most of the phones that are over at the LEC are going to be our sheriff's department. We are already doing the upgrade for the courthouse that was approved in the last meeting. We do need to do the update for the LEC. With that being said, you know, this is kind of above and beyond budget, and Stark County has to cover whatever the LEC is short at the end of the year anyways. So I would just like a motion just to go ahead and pay for the LEC 5-year plan upgrade for $14,290 and have it come out of the IT reserve fund if I cannot use the 2021 COVID funds to cover it.
Okay. So when you, Karen, when you talk about, you mean the whole IT, or the whole LEC building, that includes the jail and everything? That we have to update?
As far as I know, it's the whole building. They just sent me over the plan for the cost for, it just said LEC, and they just put it all together.
Okay.
So yes, it would be for all the phones as far as I'm concerned, and I will contact Consolidated after the meeting once it is determined that we are going to be covering it, and they can do it both at the same time.
Sure. So do we build the jail back for that, for their phone coverage?
We could build the jail portion back. I just know as far as the LEC goes, we have to cover the overages anyways that they have. And the discussions that I had is if we can cover it out of the 2021 COVID funds, then we wouldn't necessarily bill them back. But if it's something that we cannot cover, then that's something that we would look into. But it would have to come out of the, that's why I said the IT reserve line if we cannot use the COVID.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, look for a motion then to approve paying for the upgrade on the phone service over there.
I move that we pay for the upgrade to the 5-year, for the $14,290. Well, I guess overall, yeah.
Okay,
Second with just one more discussion.
okay, you have a motion and a second, go ahead with the discussion.
Karen, it says on here on the W server of 2008, and it was serving the Windows of 2016. So what is the lifespan of these Windows? Because I see that it's on Windows 7 and 8 on the office computers. So what does that put us to with these new phone lines? What's the lifespan?
The way I understood it is it's not so much the lifespan that was the biggest issue, it's the software is no longer supported.
Yep.
So I think that if we upgrade our software to the newer Windows, because all of our computers have surpassed that software anyways, the 5 years at least should be covered.
Okay.
It just was a significant savings to do the 5 years over a 3-year for the county.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, a motion and a second. Roll call vote, Commissioner Marsh.
Aye.
Commissioner Arthod.
Aye.
Commissioner Messer.
Aye.
Commissioner Zander.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carried. Next item on discussion was a Sanctuary for Life that was tabled from last month, and they were supposed to meet with Commissioner Arthod, and that's, what was it, come out of that?
I looked back at the meeting minutes, and it was to meet with Amanda, Neil Messer, and Commissioner Arthod. It wasn't just Commissioner Arthod, so there was a little bit of miscommunication there that we were supposed to. I did call Andrew. He said he didn't hear from anybody else. And I apologize, Andrew, because I didn't call you till last week, because I missed it where I was on there also. So he really didn't get his chance to have a discussion with anybody in Stark County about this resolution.
I guess looking back to the minutes we just approved, it just says your name on there, so.
Yeah, I don't remember being there, not that I'm but if I missed it, that's my, bad on me, so.
Someone read it to me. Okay.
Okay, well, I guess if it hasn't been done, I
we
guess
need to
we'll
throw
have
you
to
under the bus, but
look
that's
at,
how I
what do we want to do then? Table it till next month or what?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'd make that motion.
okay.
Well, I just think we should give him a chance to speak on how he feels since he's been sitting here the whole meeting.
Yeah. But he does that every month.
Commissioner Zander.
What, Commissioner Arthod?
Okay, we'll have the motion on the table. Do you have a second?
Well, I'm willing to let Andrew have his, time, and then we can act on the motion. Is that appropriate, or no?
Or you second it so he can discuss, or then you have discussion, or what we doing?
So I'll second it
Okay, then you can go ahead now.
All right, Andrew Cordnoy, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm here for the second time. I was tabled last time for, Commissioner Messer mentioned that he wanted to kind of have a policy on resolutions, that we do a two-stage development of it, and then the state's attorney had questions for me, and those were going to be resolved on the month in between on prior, so. I did not get contacted except by Commissioner Arthod, who didn't have a whole lot of questions for me on anything, and so that's where I don't know where we're at this point in time. I was kind of looking for a vote at this point in time because I did not believe that there were any questions of me besides what was being reviewed. I submitted this in May, and so I thought that would be ample time to have all questions answered. And I stand here before you to answer any questions that you may have of me.
Anybody have any questions?
Amanda, what in this resolution do you feel that needs to be amended?
I think I went through it pretty thoroughly last time. First of all, the county commission does not have the authority as a lawmaking body, or it doesn't have the authority to pass something like this. It's a call to action. If there's, we're not what I would consider, or what's known in North Dakota as a, I don't know why it's escaping me, a hometown charter, so something like this, if you're looking at putting something in place, should be starting at the city. If you're looking at making sure that there's no abortion clinics or something like that, that are contemplated in Stark County, then it probably should start with zoning, planning and zoning. Anytime you get into with resolutions that you don't even have the authority to vote on, and then they're asking for things that call for public action, you're putting yourself at risk of litigation.
Any other discussion?
So this
So
is sanctuary for life, but it's all for abortion. Is there anything for end of life or euthanasia or anything like that as far as keeping our people? I'm looking at I'm on this end of it again already.
Commissioner Marsh, this one does not have anything for like euthanasia and assisted suicide and things of that nature. This resolution in particular does not. This one just has the 4 sections on different things that was looking for it to recognize and declare the full humanity of preborn children. To hereby resolve to enforce this resolution by all means. Okay. Organize a public meeting with requests from input from citizens, churches, and other social organizations to determine possible things that we can adopt as a county. And I believe that's the one that the state's attorney has issues with
I also
predominantly.
have issues with resolves to enforce this resolution by all means within its power. Resolve, or to enforce what? You don't have the authority to enforce anything. If you want to have a public hearing and nobody comes, what are you going to enforce? There's no power for you to enforce anything.
So
why are we even here?
with that, I don't see why there would be a problem. If there's nothing to enforce, why would we have an issue on that?
Because
Why would there
language
be
and legal
litigation against
documents,
something?
when you vote on them, can cause issues. And if someone relies on this and says, ask the commission why they're not enforcing something that they voted on, then it becomes an issue.
My feeling is that this is out of the scope of our authority, and we've become a platform for your agenda, I think, right here with your motions and your resolutions. I think you become a place for your platform, for your agenda, I think is what it's becoming here. My feeling on this.
Well, I believe that we could take the authority and the call to action out of some of this, just like with the Second Amendment, and just, I mean, just to say that we are pro-life. I don't think that we have to, I think we can amend this. So we don't have the authority, we don't have a call to action on it. I understand that we can't make law because we are not home rule.
Andrew, so I've been doing a lot of research into the home rule versus, what we're currently under. And with how that works is there would be a lot more power if the county was under home rule, and allowed by the state. Then yes, this is something they could probably vote on, but with them not being under that home rule, basically all of the directive comes, as they word it, we're like a child to the state. And so the state kind of has their first say in what the county can and cannot do. And that's how I read it. I think the problem with switching over to a home rule county is that you lose a lot of that funding from the state for like road department and everything like that. So you have to be willing to give up all that funding in order to even apply to be a home rule county. If we were a home rule county, then I think they could definitely vote on something, but we're just not. I was actually surprised that Stark County was not a home rule county.
Any other discussion?
With that, Mr. Chairman and Board, that's fine. I'm bringing this up, and if you want to vote it down, that you feel you do not have the ability to do so, that's it. I'm presenting these things. And Mr. Chairman, directly, that you feel that I am trying to advance my career and my agenda on this. Not so. Things are brought up to me in the community, and people are telling me to present that.
If that's the case, then why don't you bring this to the city or the other counties around us?
I do not reside within the city.
No, still you can present it to them. I mean, if you strongly believe this.
I do not reside within the city, and I do not reside in other counties. That's why I do not speak on behalf of other counties when I do stuff. I relay that to other individuals
So then it's a personal thing. It's not just a group, the issue then, right?
This is something that I have, like other individuals have addressed to me. They say that I am a good public speaker and that I should be pushing forward on these things. I would be more than happy to have other people present resolutions and different things that this county can go. Commissioner Messer has addressed that he has some that he would like to present himself, and I would love to see. He was digging in on different resolutions that other counties are doing, and I would love to see that. But I believe that we are a bottom-up government system, and so we need to start at the county level and do different things. And one of the biggest ones that I see is the success that we had as Stark County being a trailblazer for the Second Amendment sanctuary. And now we had the entire state adopt that. So with the actions that we took as a county, that had a domino effect for the good of the state. And then if more states continue to do that, or actually more predominantly more counties take that action to get their states to flip, we can get these things enacted as a nation. And this is one as well that I feel that we can, this is having the discussion start. People want an address on how we start discussions. This is what I'd like. I'm not trying to make any law. I've had more conversations with people by addressing this, and I hope you guys have as well. And I hope we continue to have this discussion on what we can do to advance forward. And that's all I'm trying to do is, I'm a military veteran. I took an oath to serve the community to uphold the Constitution. I'm trying to find ways personally to serve my community. I volunteer, I donate. I'm not out and about a whole lot on different things. This is one of the things that I can do, is speak. I was a parliamentarian back when I was 17. So I'm not running for any political office. This agenda or whatever that I have, I do kind of take a little bit of offense to that, Mr. Chairman. These are things that I just feel is the active role of government should be bottom up, and the input from the community, I'm just trying to speak for other people as well.
Mr. Cordenoy, you don't see any issues with the fact that Stark County is under Dillon's rule versus the home rule in making decisions as far as resolutions and things, since they don't really have that authority?
With this, I don't see any issue like, as far as what it's declaring that we're trying to do. There's no real challenge. To declare that we're going to try and start a conversation. That's the thing. I don't see why there's a legal questioning to do that. That we can call a meeting to gather input from community leaders to see what we can do. I'm not trying to present different things that we need to stop or to do. But I would like to see some different discussion between zoning, different regulations on hazardous material. I mean, different abortion medications, we have different regulations on what we can use for chemicals within the community based off of the health of our citizens. Well, an abortion pill, what does it do? It kills a newborn baby. So wouldn't that be something we could possibly do for an avenue on different things? I'm looking at creative ways to a difficult problem.
I think the part about enforce this resolution by all means within its power is where you more come into an issue with you are enforcing, and that is, you know, signing it as Ms. Engelstead said, as a law and something that we're enforcing, and we just can't do that. They can't make those decisions based on that Dillon's rule versus, you know, the home rule charter.
I'm open to any amendments that you might have on this, but I'm also available if this is, you know, unpassable based off of your guys' parameters on that, you can by all means vote no, that we do not pass it. I'm not here to 100% garner support of everything out there. I'm just bringing up problems and trying to find different solutions to it to try and get ahead of things. You know, there's active things going on nationally that I think as counties we should step ahead of. And I would like to see. The reason that I moved around the country and the whole world on different deployments and military service, and I came back to Dickinson because I like how it is here. I like the people, I like the landscape, I like everything about it. I brought my wife, who's from the Philippines, from Cebu, Philippines, the second biggest city in the Philippines. Millions of people. I don't even know how many millions of people. It's so congested, I can't stand it. She loves it here. I don't want here to turn into a different demographic. I don't want this to be, you know, Oregon and some other places that we're having difficulties with. So we support our law enforcement. We support our right to life. We support our Second Amendment. And that is our community and the different people of this area. And so to continue to maintain that is why I'm speaking out. I will not sit idle. I will not sit on the sidelines. I will always fight.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to back up a little bit. First of all, Andrew, my comment was twofold. Number one, in previous years of coming in these commission meetings, it seems that, and this one is an easy one for me to try to clear the air on because it's so easy to be pro-life. I mean, it is. That is just it's easy to do that. So my question was, in previous years, as the resolutions came through, a resolution comes up, they ask for the resolution, and it's optics. It doesn't accomplish anything. And my comment to you when I said I wanted these things to become 2 meeting agendas was, in the event something came forth, people could see it via the minutes or now via the publication channel, so that at another point that they could express their public opinions as well. My point was that I told you, or made the comment, that I receive numerous emails or websites, whatever, and all these things come and they say, there's a click. You click on it and it said, resolutions for county commissions. Well, most of them pretty darn good, but we could be up to 60 resolutions if you went and clicked on every one of those and bring them in front of the commission. And if we're just doing it for optics or feel good on some of those, have we accomplished anything? And so for me the right to life thing is so easy to support, but I'm also looking big picture here, and I hope you can appreciate that. So.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Messer, I do appreciate that, and that's what I'm trying to do with this. It is, as you address, it's very easy optically to just say that you're pro-life. It is very hard to do something. And on the community level, this is the first step on trying to do something. This is organizing the conversation. with different people within the community. That's what I'm trying to do is, I myself can try and organize somewhat, but I don't have, when it comes down to it, I don't have the power to pass anything in zoning, to pass any of these things, to do different stuff. I understand that you don't have full capacity here as well, but you do oversee other aspects of, zoning board, different things of that nature, and these are the people that we want to invite to the table to try and get something done. That is why this is the preliminary first step on trying to actually just do, not just say.
So Chairman Franchuk, we've been advised that this is something that we cannot follow up on. So do we just drop it, or do we have to have a motion here, or what do we do so we can?
We have on the table now as a motion to table it till next month, like, so we need to vote on that, but.
Okay, well, if that's where our motion is, I
Well,
guess.
nobody's made a motion to accept it or deny his request.
Right.
So we take no action. That's the end of it.
That's what I was asking.
I think so.
So you're rescinding your motion to table then, or?
No, you don't have to do that. I think you thank Mr. Cordnoy for his public interest and the fact that he's willing to stand up there and speak his piece and make his point. And
Didn't we make a motion?
and good for him. But if, we don't have to make a motion either for the purpose of,
We already did though, so we need to vote on that or not?
we made a motion to table.
Table till next month, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, are you guys looking for a motion to postpone this indefinitely so you don't have to take action on that? Is that the proper way?
Well,
Because if you go next month, then I'm just stand up here and we have this exact same discussion next month. Are you looking at not voting yes or no on this and you're just trying to take an action on it?
I would say we just don't take any action and.
Then it would be postponed indefinitely, would be the proper motion.
Unless you come back, put yourself back up on the agenda for the next meeting.
That's,
well, okay. I would make a motion that we take no action.
You already have a motion on the
Yeah,
table.
it's good. You need to vote on the other act. Well,
If it's tabled, we should either act on it or withdraw.
Can we withdraw whether you retabled it for next month? Can you withdraw that motion or?
Who made that motion?
I think Ken did.
He can withdraw his motion.
Which motion?
Withdraw the motion to table it for next month. And then make your new motion.
I don't know what the proper procedure is here. Amanda.
We have a
Can you
motion and a second on it, so
You made a motion, so either the motion needs to die for lack of second, or needs to be rescinded, or
We haven't had a second.
problem with that today. Either the motion either needs to be seconded or die for lack of second, or you can rescind the motion. That's where you're at, I guess.
Okay, I'll rescind the motion. We'll start over.
okay, now you make the motion then to,
Was there a second?
there was a second, I believe Commissioner Messer made a second for discussion, right?
Maybe I did, I don't know. But if I did, I don't think I did, but again, my memory.
You did.
Okay,
You did.
so I will also withdraw my second.
Okay, that's when we withdraw then.
Well, then I'll just, and I don't know any other way to get past this point right now, other than to make a motion to take no action on the request of Mr. Courtney.
Okay, you have a motion, take no action on the resolution, there, a second.
I'll second that then.
Okay, you have a second. Okay, any other discussion?
I think that's wrong. I think that we could have looked at this resolution and rewrote it and informed Andrew how to rewrite it, so I understand we aren't home rule. But just like we did with the Second Amendment resolution.
If that's what Mr. Coordinator wants to do, he can rewrite it and bring it back in.
Yeah. Any other discussion?
I'm for that.
And I just think we need to follow through on the fact of so we have some kind of guidelines on how a resolution can be properly voted on in Stark County. So there, some guidance from our state's attorney on that.
I sent an email out in March on that.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Roll call vote. Commissioner Zander.
Aye.
Commissioner Messer.
Aye.
Commissioner Arthod.
No.
Commissioner Marsh.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Go into longevity then, policy.
Timely, yes. Hi, I'm Joetta Piercy, Human Resources Director, and the policy that you have in front of you is on longevity. And basically, what it did was, for the handbook section, it clarified who is eligible. So elected positions of auditor, state's attorney and sheriff are eligible. The elected positions of county commissioners are not eligible. And I did clarify that it's paid one time in December of each year and is included in the regular payroll cycle. So we do get retirement on that. And people pay taxes and it's part of your income that month. Okay. So the policy itself is basically how we do the procedures for how somebody is eligible, how it's paid out, that it's budgeted each year and approved by the county commissioners, and then how it's paid out when somebody leaves employment. If you are rehired, you do not get credit for previous time served with the county. And when somebody moves from a non-eligible status to an eligible status, they begin accruing their months at that time. So, is there any questions?
Joetta, I just, on the fact of the elected positions of the auditor, state's attorney, and sheriff are eligible, but county commission, I understand the county commissioners do not put the time, well, sometimes, don't put the time in, you know, and stuff, as in the auditor, state's attorney, and sheriff. But they're all elected positions, so I'm not yes or not no. I just,
Can I say something?
yes. Or I guess I shouldn't say yes, sorry. Mr.
Being an
Chairman.
elected official, I think one elected official, we're all elected officials. I don't think any of us should be eligible for longevity. That's my opinion as elected official.
I know one thing that we discussed in the our committee, and with some, I tried to talk with the elected officials, and one of the things behind it was when somebody sometimes moves up through the ranks to become, you know, an elected official, and there aren't very many incentives to move into those roles. You may lose your job in 2 years, you know, and we just thought, why would they lose that longevity if they have been for the county for 5, 10 years and moved into an elected role? Was one of the reasonings behind that.
What do other counties do?
Not everyone has longevity, but I can certainly research
What would
that.
we have to do to just end longevity for everybody? Just make a motion?
Make a motion.
Take it out of the
Take it
budget?
out of the handbook.
Take it out of the budget.
Yeah. Don't budget for it this year.
Well, my previous comment was I'd like to see longevity part of payroll and not a separate issue, so that
Well-
it's part of a total package. And, but
And I would probably agree with all of that after the last couple of months of everything, but, you know, comments being made that, county commissioners don't have the time. I'm reminded that, you know, county commissioners get phone calls all day long, attend, special meetings, attend board meetings, go out and do their work out in their counties. they might go to the fairground and work for a couple of months as, helping do things there and so forth, and then having others say, well, you're not really an employee because you don't put enough time in. I don't know who's supposed to judge that. I feel like I'm a 24/7 employee. But
My comment on that was, we do not make our livelihood and our living off of our jobs as county commissioners, where these other people make their living. That is their sole or, major means of living. And so, I mean, that's two different things.
And part of this policy is longevity is a benefit. What we're trying to do here is not have turnover in the county. We want people to want to work for the county and work for it as long, until they retire, because turnover costs a lot of money. And so that's one of the things of why people have length of service programs, longevity programs, things along that line.
I agree with the longevity, but I also agree that all elected positions should not be eligible for longevity.
Any other discussion?
So the policy you've drafted here, the only changes are on page 12, or is this a policy that you started from scratch?
These policies that I bring forward are from scratch, every single one of them.
Got it.
The only changes are that last page in the handbook, because right now the handbook was our policy. And it's just not, there is not enough information in the handbook on how to administer these policies, especially for new people coming in. How do we pay term people? How do we pay? It's like you have to have somebody with history. So that's why I'm writing these policies from scratch.
Good, appreciate that. Well, I agree, elected positions should not be eligible for longevity, and so however we would word that and adopt the policy, I'd be supportive of that.
Any other discussion? Not, I'll look for a motion then on this policy to accept it, amend it, or whatever we want to do.
I'll make a motion to accept the policy on longevity with amending the fact that elected positions of the auditor, state's attorney, and sheriff are eligible for longevity, are not eligible for longevity,
County commissioners.
as county commissioners are also not eligible.
Okay, all elected positions
Yes.
of auditor, state's attorney, and sheriff, and county commissioners are not eligible.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second, any other discussion? Do a roll call vote then, Commissioner Arthod,
Aye.
Commissioner Messer,
Aye.
Commissioner Zander,
I'll abstain.
on grounds.
I don't have to give grounds. I'm just abstaining.
Yeah, you do, what's the conflict?
What abstain is a yes anyway, kind of.
Did you have something to say to me, Commissioner Arthod?
No.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
No, I wasn't talking to
But
you.
I guess if you're abstaining, I just need to what the conflict is, why you're abstaining.
Conflict is that I'm not sure how to vote on it.
I guess that's a kind of a easy way out, I guess, and Commissioner Marsh,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Motion carried. Next is the Richardson Fire Department. Commissioner Arthod, you had something on that?
Yes. When we decided to give the COVID funds to all the fire departments, Richardson was here, and Richardson was the only one that I feel that kind of was asked to use their money towards their truck, where all the other fire departments were just be able to allocate their money where it needed to go or where they needed to save up money as for their siren radios. So I know there was a motion made. And I don't know if I need to I believe I made the motion to rescind that motion that the money would go to their truck and they could use that money to put aside as all the other fire departments for their radios or as needed.
So you're making a motion to rescind that?
Yes, I'll make a motion to rescind rescind it. So they can use it as all the other fire departments got to, so they just weren't singled out.
Okay, do I have a second on that motion?
Oh, second. Just a quick question. So we approved some funds for the replacement vehicle that was burnt in the fire for the Richton district. So we're gonna honor that commitment, and then the 40,000, was it 40 or 45? I can't remember.
40.
40,000 that we give to the fire departments, Richton can now use at their discretion if the motion passes.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Okay, roll call vote, Commissioner Arthod.
Aye.
Commissioner Messer.
Aye.
Commissioner Zander.
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carried. Spirit of Excellence Award match. I don't know.
That's
Did you put-
Neil.
Yeah. So, the Spirit of Excellence Award has kind of taken off, done very well. And, at the award presentation, for last month, that Julie referenced, the city administrator approached her about potentially trying to figure out a way to expand, the program in some fashion, and if they could help with some seed money to look at that. And so I put it on here as an opportunity for us as well, since the name, the name of the award is actually in our name. And so I don't think we have to do a tremendous amount. I think, a couple $1,000s towards it, just to kind of boost it along and keep it going, because it is a very positive thing in an area where some days we don't have a lot of positive things going on. So that's why I brought it to the table and see if we could find it in our hearts to try to put some money towards that, or how we would want to handle it. So,
Just a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Could we, as you reference, could we just use our existing advertising budget for that type of contribution? Because essentially, that's what we're doing.
I don't think that's really advertising. I think you would just need to maybe take it out of the miscellaneous general fund. And if you do the
But
match,
Are you saying it doesn't need to be earmarked then?
well, I mean, you can agree to make a motion to do the $2,500 yearly contribution to match what the city is doing. But I would say I would just do it out of the, like the general fund and not necessarily advertising.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's what the city's giving us, 2,500? And where does that money go to?
So I believe, and we could get some clarification, I brought it up for discussion, I don't have all the details, but I know that in these months, a number of individuals have stepped forward and given gift cards
Right.
and those guys, for items for the recipient. And so I know that part of the discussion was maybe placards and those kind of things. They're just trying to figure out a way to offset potentially some of those expenses, because I think eventually your pool of people who are willing to donate, that kind of probably dries up.
Well, I can see, for plaques and stuff like that, but.
So,
I think that, maybe with miscellaneous, we just have to be careful how we put it in the budget, because we can't give gifts.
yeah.
Right, that's what I worry about.
So if it is in the advertising budget there, at least then we are covered. So if you put it in the general, if it's audit time,
Yeah, I guess what I was looking for is, let's go to Julie and ask her how she would potentially expend these kind of dollars and have us approve it. I was actually thinking that this was gonna go in the budget meeting, so,
okay.
yeah. So, and I would be fine with that, and I'm sure Julie would be as well.
An awful lot of money.
It'd be $2,500 a year.
Yes, but
Well, I know.
25 and 25, 25 is us,
Yeah.
25 from the city, that's $5,000.
Yep.
Buy a lot of plaques with that.
Well, I thought they were just the way I understood it is they were also dispersing the money amongst the recipients,
I don't know.
correct?
I don't
Oh,
know.
they're
They
not?
can't do that.
No,
Oh,
we
that's
can't do
just
that.
for plaques.
Yeah, so
Well,
no,
for some
what
sort of
happens
an
now
award.
is if you won, the young gal that won today, I believe she got, you know, a couple $500 in gift certificates from individuals like you or me could donate and say Visa cards or whatever. And so that, those are the kind of things that potentially would go there. I don't have all the detail. I just wanted it as a discussion, so.
Maybe we should leave it as a discussion until,
would
Amanda,
table
you
it
probably maybe need to
and
look
find
into
out.
that on, with giving gifts.
That's fine.
And I read an back and I believe that funding the, so I think it's gonna depend on how you use those funds.
Members of the commission, Eldon Mayor, Stark County Sheriff's Office. I've been involved, I wouldn't say closely, but pretty good with the Spirit of Excellence Award since it was organized and created. So typically the award is given every other month. All right, there is a plaque or a little statue of some sort that is associated with it. The other items have been either donations or someone from the community stepping forward and saying, hey, I want to donate $500. There's been some soliciting going to various different businesses, asking them for a gift card. Again, it's been a variety of different amounts. I would say we could probably define the award maybe a little bit better in saying that each time it's going to be this. You know, if it's going to consist of the plaque or the trophy or whatever you want to call it, and then maybe X number of dollars from a gift card or something like that. Again, understanding that there may be an issue with giving gifts, that sort of thing, and maybe that's how we've gotten around it because they've been basically a donation of support from various entities across every community in Stark County. But that's discussions I've had with Julie, is that the sustainability of the award moving forward, you know, this year, next year, 5 years down the road, if we have to continually go, as you said, Commissioner Messer, and rely solely on donations, could that expire? So maybe that's where she's coming from. If we have this set amount, it would at least cover the plaque itself. Again, I don't know what the cost of that thing is. I can't imagine it's a whole lot, but again, I think it's nice in addition to that plaque that if we could give something else, that's always a benefit. Again, I think this is coming from the desire to make sure that this award is sustained from here going forward for a number of years, understanding that it's a positive thing for the community and for Stark County. So.
Okay.
Thanks, Eldon. So do you want to table it until Amanda can look into it?
I mean, even if we gave them a lump sum and then when they run out, it doesn't necessarily have to be yearly or whatever. So let's get some feedback from Julie, and then we can react to it.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's 6 awards a year.
Right.
So if the city gave them $2,500, we gave them $2,500, that's $5,000. You buy a billboard for that.
Yeah.
So do you want to table it till the next meeting?
Sure.
Let us look into it?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll move that.
Okay, motion to table.
Second.
In a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. And another discussion item is weed board member. Apparently we have a weed board member that's not living in the district, and so we need to decide if we're gonna keep it as being in the district, or if you're gonna go at large, or what's your wishes on that?
With that, we went and, I don't remember if it was a week or 2 weeks, Joetta, that we advertise it? Okay, we had advertised it. I know there was some people that made calls it was in my district. I know there was people that made calls to see if anybody was interested to be on the board. I made calls. It was also on Facebook and it was on the Stark County website. We did have one application. She was about, I think she's like a quarter mile out of the district. And that was brought up to my attention, and on here, I think it's really important that we want to stay at district. The person that applied has a lot, I mean, she's young, she has a lot of experience, she's knowledgeable. You know, if you don't have anybody in the district, I hate to turn somebody like that away.
To start out county resident?
Yes, yes. I just think that maybe what we could do is, you know, on this thing is we could amend it as putting that is our first choice to stay at district, stay in the district. Second choice, if somebody applies, that, we hire at large.
I actually think you're gonna run afoul of, the Century Code that, dictates that. It's clear that it either has to be district within, has to be, either district or at large. And when you have those kinds of determinations, if it's a district appointment and nobody, applies, I think it's gonna have to sit empty if it's not at large. I mean, I've looked at this time after time, and I think it's pretty incredibly clear. I've reached out to other state's attorneys in the rural Southwest Judicial District. That's their reading of the statute as well, because if she doesn't live in, I shouldn't say she, any individual doesn't live in the district that's open, they're not eligible.
So if we did it at large, we would still, as the board, be able to, you know, keep it in those areas. So we'd make sure as the board that not everybody would be from Belfield, or not everybody would be from Richardson.
Well, if you make it at large, then anyone is eligible for the open, I think 6 seats that you have, because it's 6 plus the
Yes.
commission, right? So,
What I'm saying is if you have you have an application from Richardson, it's the Richardson area, as the board, even though it's at large, you could consider that one first.
you can consider them however you want once it's at large, yeah.
Yep.
So we can't do a combination?
No.
No.
Have X amount of districts represented in 3 district and 3 at large? We cannot do that.
Not the way that I read the statute, no. It says each board of county commissioners shall, so, and it gives you 2 options.
Okay.
And from my understanding, the district lines are from Stronsky Road, which is 116th, right? West of there, and then the rest is central, then 3 miles west of Taylor to the east is the other district. Is that still the districts?
This was.
Is that correct?
The information I have is what was voted on back in 1982, and if they've been redistricted since then, I mean, Miss Richard and I haven't been able to find anything, so.
Okay.
I know, I think Carla has a map that has more clear boundaries, but I know that back when the census was done in 2010, they voted to, I should say, Byron Richard voted to not change the district lines, and that was approved for the weed board, the way I understood it. So they would be the same going back, well then, to 2000, and I haven't found anything that says that it's changed otherwise.
And district lines are gonna change this fall.
Yes, district lines are gonna change this fall, but I do think that there's a vote whether or not, the individual lines for like weed and stuff like that, changes as well. Like, I think they have a choice if they want to change their lines. It's just the overall county lines are gonna change in the voting.
I think if we go at large, I really think the board as a whole will make sure that everybody still has. I just don't see as a board that they're gonna make sure that everybody is from a different area. I would like to make a motion that we'd see with the weed board that that would be at large.
Yes.
How
Go
does
ahead.
that, maybe Amanda can chime in, how does that affect other boards if we do, as Commissioner Arndt I'd suggest, does that?
I don't think that will affect any other boards. There's a specific chapter, it's 4.1, that deals with noxious weed control and the powers that the counties have. And that's where the rules or the law comes from on how it has to be district or at large, so.
Our 4 hours are up.
Every time, 4 hours.
I I would just have to, I just hate to see that someone would have to be from the district and they really didn't want to do it, didn't have any want to do it, didn't have any expertise in to do it, and then you have somebody like Jessica that has got great expertise, and she's just a tiny bit out of the line, and then we miss out on somebody on that, with that expertise on the board.
Which district is it again?
Mine.
The west one? No. Central.
Central portion.
5, I believe.
Welcome to the conference.
I think I made a motion. I don't know. I can't remember.
did.
Yes, you did.
I made a motion for the weed board to go at large.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a second.
Got a quick discussion point. I can appreciate the current dilemma. And maybe, I'll take myself, for example, in order to navigate to get to the county's website, to find this one, you got to click on the county, then you got to click on the department, then you got to click on the weed board, then you got to click on the weed board openings. And so maybe we just, before we move forward, we need to probably, and I know phone calls were made, maybe we need to make a better effort, but I know that some people, a lot of people in my profession don't navigate that as well as they should. The Dickinson Press doesn't get circulated like it should, and those kind of things. So I think there's interest in the board. I want good people on the board, but I really like the regionalization aspect of it. That's why I was hoping we could do a combination where you could take advantage of these situations. So if we don't have that as an option, then I'm going to err on the side of caution and keep it regionalized is where I'm at. So.
Any other discussion?
So the district we're talking about is the yellow one, right? Is that
Uh,
correct?
Actually, the district we're talking about is the whole central part of the county, right? If I read what their districts are here on this,
Yeah, this is
there's 2 from the west, 2 from the center, and 2 from the east.
But we don't go into, this doesn't make sense, because we don't go into Billings County.
that's the border.
That's the borderlines on this board.
Billings done.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
The way I understood it is she is actually really close to the Joanne Hoff, but she wound up being kind of right in between by that Ron Hawk, his district. That's the way I understood it.
Ron Hauk is was north on this one.
Ron Obrich, you mean?
Ron, oh, sorry, I didn't
Okay.
realize there was
Yeah,
another Ron.
Yeah, Ron Hauk is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because Matt Kerner, I think, has the
So
position.
This is old,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
yeah,
This needs to be updated.
yeah, big time.
Okay, any other discussion?
I totally understand districts. You have a good person here that's out there giving her 100%. I don't know.
Any other discussion on this? Can you give a roll call vote then? Commissioner Hartod,
Aye.
Commissioner Messer.
Did I second it?
Yes, you did.
I did.
Marsh did.
I did. I vote aye. I
He
second.
seconded it.
No,
I had it wrote down like that too. You're wrong, Dean.
he said he seconded for discussion. That's why we went
I
discussion,
heard
but.
Bernie seconded.
Okay.
Okay,
Irregardless, Messer votes no.
okay,
Messer.
okay. You had Hartod voted no.
I voted yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Commissioner Marsh,
Aye.
Commissioner Messer.
I'll vote no a
Voted already.
second time.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go get it official here since I messed it all up. Okay, Commissioner Zander,
No.
chair votes no.
So now, based on that, unfortunately, I think what you're gonna have to do is, motion to have her removed from the weed board because she's not eligible. So, and you're gonna have to reopen up that spot.
Okay. Send out a letter, state's attorney.
I can do that. I'm getting
And
really
that's
good
what's
at
really,
this.
that's what's really sad, because she's
Yeah.
a very, very good person on the board.
Well, I think I did send out a letter that actually stated that.
So what do we
Dated
do then
July
in 2 weeks, if we open it up in 2 weeks and we don't get anybody?
26th.
Stays open.
Stays open, and if it
Mr.
continues to stay
Chairman.
open and you guys wanna revisit it, I guess that's the option that you're gonna have.
Okay. You have some?
You know what,
Commissioner Sanders?
yeah, if you don't mind, just give me a second. You know, when you look at this, there's a lot of good people that I'm thinking would step up and serve in that district, and I don't know how you, can you go out and actually recruit some of these people to step forward?
Well, they have to apply, but
Well,
yeah, you can call them.
yeah.
I mean,
Get-
that's what I did. I called people to apply.
Well, I'd call Dave Warner down by the,
Okay.
I bet he'd do it.
Any other discussion? We can just move on here then to,
I think you have to make that motion.
Yeah, she's gonna have to be, I mean, you voted to appoint her, and
You have to remove her.
I think
An
she's gonna
open
have to be
position.
removed, and it should be an official
okay,
action.
look for a motion then to remove so Brian from the wheat board, since she's not in the district.
You looking for a motion?
Yes.
I will make that motion, Mr.
Okay, have a motion, do I have a second? Do I have a second?
I'd like to figure out a way to keep her on the board, but I'm for regionalization. I'm sorry.
So can we keep her on the board until we fill that position?
I don't think so.
Can we
I
redo
don't
the
think that's
lines?
appropriate, she's not
Huh?
qualified.
Can we make the lines in a different spot?
Well, I mean, and that's another thing, if they voted, I mean, not to move the lines will be moved again, will be moved. The lines will be moved with the census in August here. August, September.
Well, we could.
I don't know that that's actually true.
The population doesn't affect these lines. These district lines are they're established by the wheat board. They're not by any to do with population.
Right.
They just voted not to move them last time.
Right.
Well, if they voted not to move them last time, then they must move, right?
They can if
I
they want.
think you
If
have the
wheat board would wanna
option.
move it.
You have the option to move them?
We had a first and a second.
Okay, any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have one thing to back up, just, I know we're running really late, but I'm a little confused with the Richardson Fire Department. You're gonna take that 40,000 to use it at their discretion for radios, whatever, but the issue they come in here for was, how are you gonna fund that truck that you promised them?
The ready was approved beforehand.
Oh, it was approved
Yeah, it
beforehand?
was approved beforehand.
Okay, disregard.
Right on the, I
Okay.
believe, is that Ronald Rich's?
You have a motion then? I didn't think we had a second on it.
Quarter mile.
She's got you down as a second on the removal of.
I did not second that. 'cause
See,
I-
we did not get
I'd
this.
like to see
You guys are trying to get me crossed up here again.
I would like to go eat some pizza.
Okay, you had a motion,
I
do you have a
don't know if this
second?
helps anything. I think unfortunately the option, if you don't vote to remove her because she's not qualified, is then likely the county, being myself, will have to file an injunctive action with the district court
Yeah, 'cause
removing her. So I mean, that's just unfortunately the process, and it's a bad process, and it's not something I want to do, and I know that how bad you guys feel about having to do this as well. It's just the reality of the statute, unfortunately.
So if we, with the lines, like they said, they chose not to change them in 2010.
Yeah, because it was Byron Richard that voted to not change the lines. I do have that.
So if we go and wait until the lines change to see if she's in, would then, if I made a motion to say at large for now, wait for the lines to change and then we could go back to district.
But the lines aren't gonna change based on the census. Those lines are set by the commission with, advice of the weed board. So those can change, but that's not based on the census.
She would have to be reappointed, correct?
Right.
Okay.
If the position was still open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the timing of changing the lines, if I'm reading the minutes, one's in March, one's in June, has nothing to do with the census.
No.
And the commission could change the lines at any point, probably have to have a public hearing, but whatever it is, so I think that's an option.
Right.
Okay. So then we have a motion.
Public hearing to change the line.
Let me cross out my second.
Yeah,
So how do you change the lines?
by
Do
the
you have a
weed- the
public
weed-
hearing to change the lines?
I'm sure you'd have to have it through the weed board and have a motion there to change them and you have to do a public hearing on it and everything. I would think it would be the procedure, wouldn't you think, Amanda?
Off the top of my
I
head,
mean,
I don't know.
it
I mean,
hasn't been done since
it's-
1980s.
I'd have to go back and look. I
Yeah, 'cause
assume
I think it
there'd
was
be
origi-
some
origi-
research done on the lines being drawn in some public hearings, and then you
Yeah,
can
the-
vote on.
The original ones are from back to 1982 from what I see
Yep.
here.
Yeah.
And so we don't have to go through the formal legal procedure, then I'm gonna second the motion. Any other discussion?
I have a quick question. So how do we not have this happen again? In the application process, can there be some way where we can check
Make sure that.
where they live?
Yeah, make sure they live in the
Do
district.
they know? I mean, obviously, she didn't even know whether she lived in the District 5 or not.
That's what the weed board and the commission's for. They should be vetting that information. I mean, the weed board and the commission are gonna know the boundary set lines, and if someone comes up and
That's
applies.
Travis Jepson's job.
Sure.
I mean, that's his job.
So the original lines were established in 1982, and then if you look at this letter, it was actually redistricted in 2002 and approved by the weed board, and that's when they added the extra districts. So 2002 was the last time that the lines were changed.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, you have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Commissioner Zander.
I didn't make the motion.
Yeah, you did.
You made the original motion to remove Mrs. O'Brien from the,
I'm sorry, okay, I thought we were way past that already.
No, we're back to
I will
it.
vote aye.
And I vote aye. Commissioner Messer,
No.
Commissioner Harthod,
No.
Commissioner Marsh.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna vote no.
oh boy.
So much for the sentry coat.
Yeah.
I
Expect
just
to
think
get
that
served,
we,
everyone,
There's a
by me.
solution. There's a workout here that we can use.
Well, then I think in that case, if you're seriously contemplating reassigning the lines, then at the very least, she needs to be suspended from the weed board until that happens, because as of right now, with what you just voted, she is not qualified. And I will have a duty, unfortunately, based on representations by the weed board and what the law says, that I'm gonna have to file,
how about if I make a motion that we, again, at large until the lines are drawn?
You can't do that.
You can't do one position at large. That's what Ms. Engelstad said.
yeah, you're gonna have to decide whether they're all at large.
That's what I meant. Do it all at large until the lines are drawn. Then we can go back to,
And then what happens if you redraw the lines and 4 of your 6 members aren't within the districts that they currently represent? Or, I mean, I'm just throwing out a number, but
I don't think
there's
that
just a
would be
lot of
that drastic.
logistical issues.
I don't think that would be that drastic of a thing.
I actually would be in favor of making it at large until we do a redistricting of the weed board and give us X amount of months to do it, get it done. If there's
So
any-
I made that,
if
did you
there's
make,
any traction to that.
okay. Well, I will make that motion. Or you made the motion, I'll second it.
Okay.
Make the motion.
What are we making a motion here now?
So my motion would say that we go at large districts on the weed board up until November county commission meeting, and to allow for the districts to be redrawn.
And I second it.
Motion is second. Any other discussion?
Who's gonna redraw the lines?
Yeah,
That has to go to the weed board.
Weed board.
And if they,
Decide not to, we'll deal with it.
We'll deal with it then. I'm on the weed board.
I'm just saying, if you got somebody good,
Yep.
you gotta take advantage of
Well, I
it.
totally got to.
And it's,
I
this
totally
is a
agree.
technicality that we have to honor, but let's move forward.
okay. Any other discussion? Roll call vote. Commissioner Messer, did you make this? You made it now? Okay. Go ahead and vote.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Arthod?
Aye.
Commissioner Marsh?
Aye.
Commissioner Zander?
No.
Chair votes no. Motion carries. Okay. Next, we need a motion to go executive session for abatements according to North Dakota Century Code 4404, 19.1 and 4404, 19.2. Discuss with our attorney.
So moved, go to executive
We get a second session, okay? Do I have a second? Do you have a second?
Yeah.
Second, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are we gonna take a,
Break here.
when can I make a motion to go back to 8:00 AM meeting? Actually, yes, the chairman. you could
let me
set
push
the
stop.
date and time. You don't even need a motion, that's in your authority.
We can't change it for, come back at 3 o'clock. I'm leaving at 3.
We're not going back to 3.
Okay, I purchased pizza for all the department heads and commissioners myself so that we could eat before the budget meeting. So you guys should go eat.
Yeah, we got executive session here now, though.
Right now, we're in executive
Yes.
session, right?
Sheriff,
Yes, we are in
Sheriff.
executive session.
Clear the room, please.
Yeah, let's do it.
Neil put us in executive session. Who seconded that? Both of them did, actually.
Everybody.
Well, that doesn't help my case any.
Who teaches yoga? I need to.
Heather Dressler down at,
I have to do a hum moment. here.
yeah.
Did you switch out to that other flash drive? You did, thank you.
I got a bad tooth, really bad tooth. I got emergency appointment at 3. I had to finally put some ice in there.
You ever done yoga?
No, I haven't. It's a workout.
It is a workout.
I've seen
She
people
says
do
we
it.
can hear you.
The cameras are off, I can eat now.
Well, I'm asking Sherry right now. I ended the phone call, so. Yep, she says they can still hear us. Do I need to get Lisa back here? Or can I push mute?
It's on mute here.
It says mute?
Remember there was something wrong with that? You gotta do something else to it.
Yeah,
I can still hear, so should I push mute and on this one and see if it works? What about now?
That's only on the video portion.
Right. I won't say that very often, so.
What about now?
I can't motion.
I push mute. Should I? It's on
You're there.
pause, it says.
You're there, are you?
So should I unmute it?
Not you and I, but.
Okay, I unmuted it. I'm
I did walk up to one thing.
Not
I
touching it.
look at the April, or look at the April one.
Okay.
How about now? You still hear me, Lisa? Yeah. Can we just push stop? And then I'll just record it on, can we just push stop and I'll record it on the recorder?